Hello and welcome to another stream of Mass Effect. It's Monday here in Australia, so this is my Monday game. Tuesdays and Wednesdays as well. If we have a look at journals, the only assignments I currently have are collectible related ones. And let's have a look. At side missions. Alright, where's the wiki for it? Here we go. Alrighty then, so we went to the Citadel for a second visit. And the quests that we did, I need to also go down to see what ones I've completed. Alright, so Family Matter, Fourth Estate, I Remember Me, Planting a Bug, and Asari Diplomacy. So I've caught up with the assignments in the Citadel on the second visit. I've already done the ones on the first visit, as well as the squad member assignments. I've done those. I've done one of the Shepherd's background ones. I've done all the other Citadel quests from the first visit. And when it comes to the main missions, we're still very, very early in the story. But I think I'm up to the point now where I'm going to be jumping into the next main mission. But the most recent main mission that we did was find Liara Tassoni. Got a Varia Geth interest and Geth interest on Feros. And look at missions. The thing I was looking at has the Geth attack one first at Feros, so I'll do that one first. But before I do that though, I need to get a bit of a recap from the characters who were actually involved in what happened recently. So I'm going to go and catch up with those characters. And that way that'll act as a refresher, because the last time I streamed this was last Wednesday.
Commander, how are you?
Commander?
Do you have a few minutes to talk? One-on-one?
I should get back to my duty, Skipper. Rifles don't maintain themselves. Not yet, anyway. I wouldn't mind talking more later, though.
What's your opinion of the last mission?
Not sure I buy Dr. Tassoni's story about her and her mom not talking. They're family, right?
I'm not sure I believe it either. It's better to have her where we can see her.
That makes sense. Too bad those ruins got destroyed. I mean, they lasted thousands of years. That's impressive.
Dismissed, Chief.
Ma'am?
Shepard.
Rex?
Walk up. Shepard. Rex. Just walk off. Alright, I don't think Tali will say any more because of how we finished the quest with her.
Checking up on me, Shepard? Don't worry, I'm still here. But as soon as we stop Saren, I'm gone.
Hey there, Spectrum. Welcome to you.
Yes, Commander? Is there something you need?
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
Okay, so there's nothing new that Dr. Chuckwass has to say. That's been the case for a while now, actually. I'll talk to Liara soonish. Spectrum, thank you so much for the 50 bits. Thank you, I really do appreciate that. Doing really well. I don't know why I said doing really. I guess I, for some reason, wanted to do an echo effect. But I'm doing really well. Thanks, Spectrum. Things are going good. I hope things are going good with you. I still find it weird.
Commander, do you have a minute?
I still find it weird how she just walks up to him and he just like turns around and is like stands there.
What's on your mind, Lieutenant?
Off the record, I think there's something wrong here. This Saren is looking for records on some kind of galactic extinction, but we can't get backup from the Council? Sorry, Commander. There's writing on the wall here, but someone isn't reading it.
We've got our orders. Bellyaching won't change them.
I hear you. It just seems like a group that's been around as long as the Council should see this coming. I mean, it's funny, we finally get out here and the final frontier was already settled. And the residents don't even seem impressed by the view. Or the dangers.
Spectrum, going pretty well, just really tired, had 2 double espressos and still took a 3-hour sleep, did you? Ah. Well, I'm glad that you're going pretty well. Hopefully you had a good rest. Even though that you're tired, though.
I'm sure your letters home are very poignant. Just keep this kind of sentimentality out of the CIC.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry to have wasted your time. I'm right about the mission, though. I know it.
Yes, Commander?
Carry on, Presley.
Yes, ma'am.
I prefer gold to silver, you know, for my medal. I figured you'd recommend me for one since I, pulled your boots out of the fire.
I want to talk about something else.
Oh, I get it. It's supposed to be a surprise. Don't worry. When they pin it on my chest, I'll pretend I had no idea it was coming. So, Commander, why don't you tell me why you're really here?
I have to go.
All right, see ya.
That's the reason why she's really there. She just has to go. That's the reason why.
Commander, something you need?
I have to go.
All right, see ya.
Joker's like, I have to go. I don't know what that is. Is it a book? Is it a food or something? Spectrum, the steroids are finally helping your jaw. Oh, that's good. So, is it like the same time every day that you need to use that, or is it only sort of like whenever the pain happens? How does it actually work? So once a day for 5 days, I see. For 5 days, yeah. Well, hopefully it gives some relief at least. To make it that it's not painful, and at the same time, you know, also allow you to you know, do some things that you might want to do, but, you know, obviously when you're in pain, it's a bit hard to focus on.
I never properly thanked you for saving me from the Geth, Commander. If you hadn't shown up...
I had to save you. You can help me stop Saren.
I know you took a chance bringing me aboard this ship. I have seen the way your crew looks at me. They do not trust me. But I am not like Benezia. I will do whatever I can to help you stop Saren. I promise.
Promises are easy to make, but hard to keep.
I do not begrudge you your suspicions. I just hope in time you will come to trust me.
Tell me about yourself, Liara.
Me? I am afraid I am not very interesting, Commander. I spend most of my time on remote digs, unearthing mundane items buried in long-forgotten Prothean ruins.
Hey, you're right. That doesn't sound very interesting.
On occasion, I have run afoul of indigenous life forms or stumbled across small bands of privateers. That probably does not seem very exciting to someone like you. I guess seeking out history's lost secrets holds a special appeal for me. I would give a century of my life to discover a beacon like the one you found on Eden Prime. You were actually touched by working Prothean technology. That is why I find you so fascinating, Commander.
Sounds like you want to dissect me in a lab somewhere.
What? No, I did not mean to insinuate. I never meant to offend you, Shepard. I only meant that you would be an interesting specimen for an in-depth study. No, that's even worse.
I'm not some artifact you can take back to your lab, Doctor.
I am sorry, Commander. I did not mean it like that. I am used to dealing with computers and data disks. I am not very good with people. I let my professional curiosity get the better of me. Please forgive me. Let us talk about something else.
The Renegade path. I'm sticking with it, of course, for the game, but in a lot of games, the Renegade path isn't necessarily the playstyle that I would always go and do straight away. I kind of try to lean more into how I am myself, but obviously when you're playing video games with fictional characters and situations, you have to try and imagine yourself in that situation and think, you know, what would you sort of do? And if you're the joking kind of person, then you would have chosen the option which is said I wasn't being serious, you know. But for the Renegade path, I've got to choose all the Renegade options. Sometimes I choose the middle option because sometimes the middle option seems more like what a Renegade would say, even though it's not 100% negative to the person. Hey there, Ryu. How's things going, dude?
I'd like to know more about the Asari.
We were the first species to discover the Citadel. We were instrumental in forming the Council, and we always strive to be the voice of peaceful cooperation in galactic disputes. My people believe we are all part of a single galactic community. Each species contributes something to the greater whole. Although we seek to understand other species, it seems few of them seek to understand us. The galaxy is filled with rumors and misinformation about my people.
You going well, Ryu? Awesome. That's great to hear, dude.
Like what?
Most of the inaccuracies are centered around our mating rituals. My species is monogendered. Male and female have no real meaning for us. We still require a partner to reproduce. This second parent, however, may be of any species and any gender.
Alright, now that I've eaten my mouthful of food, the bottom option, the Renegade option, that's disgusting. Even though that's a very Renegade option, this is, you know, neither Renegade or not. It's just a sort of like a question, but I think I'll go with this to fit with the Renegade more.
So you'll have sex with anything?
Now you see how rumors get started. Physical contact may or may not be involved, but it is not an essential element of the union. The true connection is mental. Our physiology allows us to meld with other beings. We can touch the very depths of their minds. We explore the genetic memory of their species. We share the most basic elements of their individual and racial identities. We then pass these traits on to our daughters. It is how we learn to grow as a species and how we develop a greater understanding of other races.
What happens to your partner after the union?
Every relationship is different. Some unions are a single encounter with both parents parting ways afterwards. Others can be more long-term. Sometimes an Asari and her partner will stay together for many decades.
You Asari live for 1,000 years. What happens when your partner dies?
Few sapient species live as long as my kind. We have learned to take a philosophical approach to our unions. We do not focus on the inevitable loss of our partners. Instead, we enjoy the time we spend with them. And even after they're gone, a part of them lives on in us. The union is a connection that transcends both time and space.
Do you know who Matriarch Benezia chose as her partner?
She rarely spoke of her partner. Though I know my father, if you want to use that term, was another Asari.
Benezia never told you her partner's name?
Union with our own kind is no longer common, not for the purposes of reproduction. Most Asari believe it weakens our species. Asari daughters inherit racial traits from the father species. If both parents are Asari, then nothing has been gained, or so conventional wisdom would hold. I am what is sometimes called a pureblood, though no Asari would ever be cruel enough to say the word to my face. It is a great insult among my people. It is possible Benezia's partner was embarrassed by their union. She may have been too ashamed to publicly acknowledge me as her offspring.
Talking about purebloods, that reminds me of the first Blade movie. The villain Deacon Frost. Let's see if I can grab the quote. I mean, there's the quote about what he says to Karen when she's, basically being like, trying to not necessarily taunt him, but be kind of like, you're nothing really. And then Deacon, goes crazy and is like, I'll tell you what we are, sister. We're the top of the fucking food chain. The blood god's coming in after tonight. You people are fucking history. He's a hurricane, an act of God. Anyone caught in his path will instantly be turned. Everyone you've ever known, everyone you've ever fucking loved. It won't matter who's pure blood and who's not. How are you going to cure the whole fucking world, And Blade's blood is the key. That's actually quite a intense moment that Stephen Dorff does extremely well as that villain. The whole end scene in that movie of him turning into a big CGI monster, though, is a bit ridiculous. Especially for 1998 CG as well. But that's one quote talking about purebloods. But in the movie Blade, you have this idea that you have vampires who are pure blood vampires, right? And they look down upon the other forms of vampires that happen. Blade is a special vampire because he actually had a human mother, and she was actually bitten by a vampire while she was pregnant. So when Blade was born, he had all the weaknesses he had all the strengths of vampires, but none of their weaknesses. And that's why he fights other vampires and kills them. Yep, he was turned. That was the original ending, which they thankfully scrapped. Yeah. I mean, you can still see elements of the CG that they used for that, which was, a bit wonky, to say the least, at the time. There was also another quote from that movie about purebloods, but I can't actually find it. But anyway.
Why agree to the union if she didn't want any children?
I cannot answer that. This is all speculation on my part. It is possible she wanted to be part of my life, but something happened to her before she had the chance. Benezia never spoke of her partner. Whatever happened, it caused her too much pain to dwell on it. She raised me by herself, though that is not uncommon. Many Asari raise their children alone, particularly if the father species is short-lived. Often the partner will pass on long before the child reaches maturity.
I'd like to know more about the Asari.
We were the first... My people although we seek to understand other species, it seems few of them seek to understand us. The galaxy is filled with...
Do you know why Benezia joined up with Saren?
I don't understand it. She was always outspoken about the need for the Asari to become more involved in shaping galactic events. Maybe she thought allying herself with Saren would somehow be for the greater good in the long run. At least I hope so.
Any chance she's in this for power or personal gain?
No, not the Benezia I knew. But I hadn't spoken with my mother in many years. She may have changed.
I should go.
Goodbye, Shepard.
There we go. Alright, so the codex has been updated. Let's just have a look at what has been updated. Alright, so secondary stuff. I'm not reading the secondary stuff, but any primary stuff that pops up, I like to actually listen to it because it has narration. Alright, so we've pretty much gone to every character now, and we've spoken to them. So now it is time to actually jump back into the main story again. For the greater good. Yes, indeed, the greater good. The greater good. The greater good. I haven't seen Hot Fuzz for a long time. I really like that movie, how it went from being like, you know, a murder mystery thing to an all-out action bonanza right at the end. Spectrum, what's a codex? So it's kind of like a journal or an encyclopedia kind of thing. That's at least how I understand it. Maybe it actually means something different, but have a look at the meaning. It just means an ancient manuscript text in book form or an official list of medicines, chemicals, etc. Lara Shepard. Alright, time to save, and next main mission was the one in Feros. I think that's the one that I wanted to do next. Yep. Oops. So I haven't been to Feros yet, so there'll be planets in this system that I want to read about. Artemis Tau, local cluster. Alright, so if I have a look at my thing, I can have a look at what planets I've been to. Alright, systems and planets visited. Alright, so we've gone to the Citadel, of course, the local cluster, Serpent Nebula is the Citadel, Argos Rho, Gemini Sigma, Hades Gamma, Voyager Cluster, Armstrong Nebula, Kepler Verge, Hawking Eta, Artemis Tau. Alright, so system and planets. Alright, so we have the Feros system. Oh, it's called Atakan Beta. That's the name of it. Alright, Atakan Beta. So we have Hercules and Feros. Well, Theseus. Okay, Jesus Christ game. Atakan Beta. And then we have Theseus. And then we have Hercules. So we're going to go to Hercules first. So I'm just keeping track of which planets I've visited, systems, etc. and what I've read about, so I know that I don't have to reread it. Spectrum, is this an exploration game or is there a goal? Yeah, so there's actually a goal. You can go to different systems and you can find planets that you can go down to, but some planets are only planets you can read about, and some planets actually have resources on them that if you scan it, you
Message
automatically
coming in.
get them.
Patching it through.
Normandy, this is Alliance Command. We're detecting your presence in the Attican Beta Cluster. One of our surveillance drones was gathering intel on Geth activities in the region when it was spotted and shot down. You need to go groundside and recover the drone's data module before the Geth find it.
But so far, I've done a lot of like side stuff and some main stuff, but still very early in the main story. But yeah, unfortunately, you can't go to every single planet that you see, but it's cool that they've got quite a number of planets that you can go down and visit. So we have Zataurus. Zataurus is a hydrogen-helium gas giant with high-level decks of sulfur clouds. A layer of hydrocarbons has formed deeper in the atmosphere. Vast electrical storm fronts can be seen flickering across the dark side. Heavy metal surveyed. While scanning this planet, you detected a large deposit of gold on a nearby moon. Elitania. Elitania appears to be a world eminently suited for colonization. Sadly, appearances are deceiving. It is covered by a verdant carpet of mosses, algae, and lichen, and possesses a thick oxygenated atmosphere, but the animal kingdom is a web of microscopic symbiotic creatures. Venom. These are impossible to filter from the air and necessary for the native life to thrive. Unfortunately, they also cause anaphylactic shock when inhaled by non-native life. Yeah, so definitely don't want to breathe that in. In short, settlement requires either fully sealed environment suits or replacement of the entire world's ecosystem. Some have proposed limited colonization at altitudes above the symbiote's range, or in areas where favourable winds keep the air clear. Alright, so this is one of the planets that we can land on. So I put landing possible for those ones. But we won't travel there yet. Okay, Dead. The proximity of the energetic star Hercules causes constant blue and violet aurorae in Dead's nitrogen-argon atmosphere. During periods of increased solar flares, the aurorae are bright enough to read by on the surface, and can be seen with off-the-shelf optics from a distance of several AU. Dead's scorching hot surface is mainly composed of magnesium with deposits of iron. A surprising variety of simple carbon-based life flourishes in a complex network of cave systems that wind through the crust, protected from Hercules' heat and radiation. Medallion recovered. While scanning Dead, you discovered a large debris field in geosynchronous orbit. Chief Engineer Adams conducted several detailed sweeps of the area and detected a few items of interest, including a League of One medallion encased in lead molding. Zathoron is a small rock planet with a thin atmosphere of carbon dioxide and hydrogen sulfide. The surface is scorching hot and mainly composed of sulfur with deposits of boron. Okay, so that is the Hercules system. Hey there, Big Mac. Is this becoming my favorite game? I don't know if it's that level, but I have really been enjoying the game though. Wasn't actually sure what I'd think before I actually started playing it, but now that I've been playing it for quite a few hours worth now, I can really say it is a great game that I'll definitely replay in the future as well. Alright, so that is that. I'm going to exit out for a second because there is something I want to check. So assignments. Just want to check this. Okay, so League medallions. 9 out of 10. Alright, I had 8 out of 10 last time I checked. Now I've got 9 out of 10. Still have the same amount of Prothean artifacts as before, Asari writings as before. Alright, light metals, 12 of 20, that's still the same. Heavy metals, now that's changed. I had 11 of 20, now 12 of 20. And rare earths, 18 of 20. And gases, I've actually found 10 out of 6, but we only need to get 6 for that. So I've updated my list of that, and to go back to where I've put down about the planets. I don't Big Mac, no. Oh, sorry, Spectrum. Yeah, so there is a story, there is a goal. You can only explore certain planets, you can't explore all of them. And there's side missions and main missions. But yeah, there's no, it's not just it's not a game that just has a never-ending like cycle of exploring and stuff like that. Sharing. Sharing is a standard hydrogen-helium gas giant. The atmosphere contains traces of ammonia, methane, and surprisingly large amounts of water vapor, making the atmosphere a striking mix of browns, blues, and whites. Of Sharing's 60-odd moons, 2 have diameters of over 3,000 kilometers. Both have signs of former Prothean development, suggesting Sharing may have been mined for helium-3. Prothean data disk recovered. The planet Sharing displayed some strange readings while being scanned. Chief Engineer Adams pinpointed the source and located a strange object. Tali and Adams brought it on board and spent hours taking it apart. The purpose of the object is still uncertain, but it was Prothean in nature and contained a Prothean data disk. Alright, so we got Feros there, which is what we have to actually land on. So I'll just read about it. So that's Feros. The Exogeni Corporation has founded a pilot colony on Feros to explore the Prothean ruins that blanket 2/3 of the planet's landmass. The atmosphere is fouled with dust. Terrestrial travel is hampered by crumbled debris dozens of meters deep. There are indications that Feros was a much colder world in the past. Feros has 2 large moons, Orkan, the Father, and Varded. So that one is one where landing is possible. Saitao is shrouded by a high-pressure atmosphere composed of carbon dioxide and sulfuric acids. The surface is composed of geologically young plains of volcanic basalts and rhyolites, with high concentrations of carbon and radioactives. Saitao is rapidly volcanic. A dozen supervolcanoes, 50 to 120 kilometers wide, are erupting across the planet. Saitao's carbon content and constant volcanism makes natural diamonds plentiful, if extremely costly and dangerous to recover. Definitely sounds dangerous to recover. We have a planet called Logan, and on this planet, whenever you're on there, you have regenerating health. Logan is a standard hydrogen-helium gas giant. The survey team who charted the system 20 years ago reported many strange disturbances in Logan's cloud bands, suggesting many remarkably large solid objects were present beneath the cloud tops. As the ship approached, however, they subsided one by one. These disturbances have not been reported again. Quana. Quana's frozen surface is rich with heavy metals, and the planet's higher than average density suggests further mineral richness in the depths. The atmosphere is composed of nitrogen and carbon monoxide. The remains of a well-developed Prothean mining infrastructure dot the planet. Abandoned mines are connected to dead cities by collapsed maglev lines. Unlike the crumbling skyscrapers of Theros, Quana's ruins are reasonably intact. Unfortunately, this only made it easier for looters to strip the silent necropoli of anything valuable. Survey, light metal surveyed. Scans of the planet Quana have revealed deposits of cobalt, blue steel, and a hair trigger with a walnut stock. Okay, so go to journal. Alright, we now have 5 of 7 Prothean artifacts, so I'll update the list I'm keeping, make sure it's up to date. Asari writing still 9 out of 10. Valuable minerals though, 13 out of 20 for the light metals. Last time I had 12 out of 20. There we go. Alright, so let's save. Alright, so let's go back to the galaxy map and let's go back and go to Hercules for a moment. Alright, so the planet that we could land on was Elitania. So we're going to land on that. So before I jump back into the main story, I want to clean up these things and also get that side mission that we got given done. Alright, let's have a look at skills and stuff. Increase sniper rifle by 1. Spectre training. Increase that by 1. Alright, Rex. Increase barrier. Yeah, Spectrum. That's Rex. Alright, let's recover this artifact. Examining the strange Prothean artifact reveals a small, irregular slot on the underside. Remembering the strange trinket you received from the Asari consort on the Citadel, you pull it out and place it into the slot. The ball explodes in a brilliant flash of white light, momentarily blinding and disorienting you. Slowly your senses return as you wake from a deep sleep. You are alone in the forest, though you are not far from the caves you share with the others of your tribe. There is a pain and a small lump in the back of your skull, as if a chip of flint has been forced under the surface of the skin. Leaning on your bone-tipped spear for support, you rise to your feet. A sound draws your attention upwards, where a strange creature hovers high above you. It is unlike the birds you hunt by the lake's edge. It has no head and no wings, yet somehow it flies. It is a beast of shining silver, hanging motionless like Osiris in the sky like a cloud. You sense it is watching you, studying you. Raising a hairy fist, you shake your spear at it in anger, and the creature rises up quickly until it disappears from view. With a satisfied grunt, you make your way back to your caves and the rest of the tribe. You fall into the familiar patterns of life, the hunt for food, the struggle to claim and keep a mate, the battles against the other tribes that would claim your territory. Days roll into nights and back into days. Each time you rise from sleep, there is a sensation that you are not alone, that some other is with you, sharing all you see, hear and feel. At these times, your hand goes to the strange lump at the back of your skull, and you remember the silver creature in the sky. The air grows colder, winter falls, you must range farther for food, clutching the furs tight against you to ward off the chill. It is on one of these long hunts that the strange bird returns. You hear it before you see it. Its call a deafening roar as it descends from above, swooping down on you. A single great eye opens on the underbelly, a glowing red orb. You try to run, but a finger of red light extends from the eye and engulfs you, and all goes black again. It's Sauron's eye. You awaken an instant later to find yourself on Elitania lying on your back, the Prothean artifact looming above you undamaged and your companions standing over you. They help you to your feet, puzzled. There was a flash of light and you just sort of toppled over, one explains. Are you okay, Shepard? The other asks. You don't answer right away, wondering at the implications of what you have seen. The memories of a Cro-Magnon hunter, captured by an implanted Prothean data recorder. How long did they study the primitive humans, observing them and analyzing the results at their base on Mars? And what, if anything, did they learn from us? I'm fine, you finally reply, realizing this is a mystery you'll probably never solve. Forget about it. Interesting. So that was an interesting way to give us insight into someone from that time period that was referred to, and that's something that this game does that I wasn't expecting. You know, it has moments that feel like it's from one of those old school RPG games where your character would walk in a room and instead of actually seeing like something, you'd read about what was being described. Bypass. That's what we get.
Negative contacts, Commander.
Alright, so this is the one that we're going to be going to do and finish. So that's UNC, the Lost Module.
This is the surveillance drone, but where's the data module?
A monkey-like creature seems to have made off with the data module.
Guess we're doing this the hard way.
On my way.
Heavy metal surveyed. You have successfully surveyed a large deposit of gold. Alright, so let's have a look at what we have. Heavy metals, we now have 13 of 20. Hey there, viewer. Welcome to you. How's things going? This actually reminds you of driving a Warthog in Halo. Yeah, it definitely has that feel and look to it as well. That's for sure. I didn't play much of the Halo games, but I do remember that for sure.
I think we got him, Commander.
Viewer, you played Halo 1 and 2. This is definitely reminiscent. Yeah, they were the only two I played as well. I never owned an Xbox original, and even when I got an Xbox 360 and could get the Halo games, I didn't actually go back and get 1 and 2 and play through those or others in the series. Few, you might have asked this before in the past, but have you ever played, or would you ever play Skyrim, or the old new reboot of Dead Space as a horror fan? So with Dead Space, I haven't played the original, and I think I'm getting to the point where I'm like, this year I want to actually get to it. But I'd like to play the original game first, at least. I've seen bits of Dead Space 2 being played, and it looks like a game that I'd also like to try. Whether or not I do the whole trilogy is another thing, but I wouldn't mind doing at least the original Dead Space, and then, you know, that way I can do the remake and then really appreciate what's been changed and what's different. And as for Skyrim, I have actually streamed it in the past, but never as a dedicated playthrough where I was like, right, I'm going to stream this till I finish it. I used to have it as a long-term playthrough that randomly I might actually stream some Skyrim, but never with the goal of pushing to finish it in a short amount of time or anything. And I haven't done that for years even, so I sort of just dropped that by the wayside. But yeah, Skyrim's got a lot to it and a lot of time to put into it as well. And I've just got so many games I want to get to this year. Some are short that won't require, you know, like a month or more, but then there's some that would require months to get through. And I sort of don't want to get into the situation where I'm rushing at the end of the year to get annual playthroughs done like I did last year. So most likely, once I've gotten all the annual playthroughs done, at least then I'll be able to not have any deadlines for those, which will mean not having to add extra days for those playthroughs, if you know what I mean. Dead Space 1 and 2 were great. You heard 3 was not good, but you can attest to 1 and 2 being great games. The new remake of DS looks good, but you can absolutely give credit to the original games. Yeah, I've heard that 3 goes the real action route, and I've also had people say that it makes sense that Isaac, the main character, would start to be a bit more like action hero-y, kind of, and not so much, you know, psychological horror afflicted, as he is in 1 and 2. But, I mean, if I enjoy 1 and 2, I'm definitely willing to give the third game a chance as well. Just remembered a song by the Foo Fighters called Monkey Wrench. Don't wanna be your monkey wrench. I can't sing, so I won't sing. But, that's one of their classics. If you're demolishing a building...
He dropped the data module.
It's a miracle the data module is still intact. Joker should be able to transmit this info to Alliance Command.
If they wanted their windows to be smashed without having to put someone actually near them, I could just sing and that would actually do it for them. The thing that makes Dead Space so unique is instead of shooting the heads of the zombies, you cut the limbs because headshots just slow them down.
Down.
That is an interesting way to do it, you know, because your instinct would be to go for a headshot. But that's cool that it's more about getting rid of the enemy's limbs to actually kill them. It's always good when things change things up a little bit.
Dead and done, just the way I like them.
Hehehe. Good one, Rex. Exiting the mine. Oh yeah, so I already did that. Dead Space 2 has so much atmosphere going on. There's a lot of areas that are just filled with visuals that you want to take your time and really soak in. One of the levels takes place in an abandoned nursery, and with all the blood around it tells quite the story, without actually telling a story, that is. It's all imagination and guessing what happened. Yeah, that's something too that a lot of horror movies and games can forget to do sometimes, which is really effective, is you don't always have to basically have everything explained necessarily to the player, because you can put your imagination at work and understand what's gone on or what could have gone on. And sometimes that can be more horrifying for people than actually knowing what was going on, because it plays into people's fear of the unknown. Alright, so I'm satisfied that I've done everything that I want to do on this planet. We've been to the anomaly. Although I think we have. Maybe we haven't. I just want to double check that before I leave the planet. There's definitely a lot of techniques in storytelling with horror that can work really well. Jump scares are kind of like a more kind of like instant scare, but doesn't have long-lasting effects. But if you really, really get under the skin of a player or someone watching a horror movie, that's a longer lasting effect. And that's why you have horror movies that do so well, because once the experience is over, the people still take the experience with them home, and they talk about it with people, and other people might get interested, and then they go and see it, you know. Whereas with jump scares, yeah, you might remember the jump scare and it might be memorable, but it's more the atmospheric kind of like lingering horror that really stays with you longer. I think that horror goes more to people's subconscious and their dream states than simple jump scares do. Like A Nightmare on Elm Street, as silly as some of the sequels got, if you look at the basics of our human mind, obviously dreams and nightmares are the same thing in the sense of we're both still dreaming. Well, we're still dreaming when we're experiencing either or both, you know, but we call nightmares what they are because they're the negative dreams in which, you know, all manner of things can happen to us in the dream that we consider to be horrific. Whereas a dream in separation from a nightmare is when you dream about positive stuff, you know, but we use them interchangeably, you know, like people won't always say they had a nightmare. They'll just say I had a bad dream, which is essentially a nightmare, you know, so we know what we're talking about when we say bad dream or nightmare. We get the same idea. And whether or not we actually remember all of our dreams, the simple fact is we all dream. And people feel safe in their dreams. So when you take a character like Freddy Krueger who can actually kill people in their dreams, and it actually kills them in real life, that creates this idea in the viewer's mind that, holy shit, none of these characters are safe, because if they fall asleep once, then they're potentially dead. Because Freddy has control over the dream world, he's able to manipulate it to his own ends. And as much as someone in their dream might be able to control their dream to a certain level, Freddy Krueger has more power and control in the dream state than they ever will have. But he does have weaknesses though, and in the first movie Nancy understands what his weakness is, and it's the fear that surrounds him as an entity that people who dream about him have, and all that kind of stuff. But that gives the original Nightmare on Elm Street a bit of a psychological aspect to it, because it's messing with our minds, it's making the viewer unaware of whether or not the character's actually dreaming. And when we think about it ourselves, how many times have we accidentally fallen asleep when we didn't mean to, and we wake up and it feels so instant, but then we look at the clock and it's been 3 hours, you know. So characters in the Nightmare on Elm Street movies, they could just nod off, and we don't realize because everything's going normal.
Commander, you're going beyond the range of the operational area.
You know, they might have been sitting at their desk writing, and they keep writing, but all of a sudden, weird stuff happens in the dream because, holy shit, they actually fell asleep while writing. You know, and it's very subtle change sometimes, and all that kind of stuff. So that's why I like to consider A Nightmare on Elm Street, at least the very original one, as like a psychological slasher movie, not just a slasher movie on its own. Although movies like Friday the 13th can be psychological in nature, the idea of, you know, people being watched, and, you know, we don't like that idea. So to have a killer that is constantly watching the characters and we don't see who it is, that plays into the fear of the unknown, because it's like, who the fuck is, you know, looking at these characters, who's spying on them, and all that type of stuff. Viewer, having not played Dead Space 1 and 2 in over a decade, you'd love to watch a nostalgic playthrough of it being a first playthrough for you. Oh yeah, viewer. Yeah, I like that too. You know, I like seeing people play a game that I really like and seeing them play it for the first time. And that's also why I hate people who spoil stuff for people. Because I'm like, if there's a game that you enjoyed, wouldn't you rather just wait and see what the reaction is from the player? Like, there's so many things that are a surprise when you first play a game that they become the major things that you remember. And you're like, I remember when I played that game, I had no idea that twist was coming. And when it hit, I was like, wow. You know, but if someone tells you that before you start playing the game, you've robbed them of that, you know. So that's why I always never, you know, spoil things for people when I'm actually watching them play, especially if it's a game that I have played and loved, because I want to see their genuine reactions. I don't want to tell them that this character dies, and then when they actually die, their reaction might not be as powerful as it would have been if they didn't know the character was going to die, you know, things like that. Viewer, you totally get what you're saying. Jump scares are a cheap thrill, but you remember that nursery level 10 plus years later. Exactly, viewer. you know, because the jump scare is quick, it's over and done with, but the other style, it stays with you and you experience it longer because you're in the moment longer as well. And jump scares are something that, like, I could do a complete comedy movie and then in the final scene I could have a jump scare. Does that mean that it's a scary movie? No. Does it mean that I scared the person to the point that they're frightened of the movie? Of course not. You know, to me, if you are to frighten someone in a horror movie, you need to do something that will actually stay with them for a longer time and be more memorable as well. But even as I said, you know, some jump scares can be memorable, that you'll always remember that jump scare every time. Spectrum, not all bad dreams are true nightmares though, you think? I guess that's true, you know. I guess nightmare in a way is more of a stronger way to describe a negative dream, you know. Like, we might have a bad dream where we fell over and sprained our ankle, but is that a nightmare? No. It might just be a bad dream because something bad has happened to us in the dream. But a nightmare is more like, holy shit, you know, I was walking down an alley and then all of a sudden these monsters started attacking me and they chased me and I kept on running, but it felt like my feet weren't going anywhere and it felt like gravity was pulling me forward as I was trying to run. And then I looked behind me and then boom, that's when the nightmare ended and I woke up in a cold sweat. You know, something like that. I attended the prom at school for the blind and had the time of my life. I danced like no one was watching. Thanks for redeeming that, Mr. Goatee. How's it going? Alright, so we did the UNC Lost module. So that's done. Alright, that's that done. Alright, so we've now landed on Elatania, so I can change my guide so I can say landed. Alright, so the next place we need to go to is Pharos, and I've already read all the planets in that system. So what that means is we're going to be jumping back into the main story now. And I think the planet was, yeah, Pharos. That's where we can land. So I may as well update my guide to say that I've landed on that planet now. Mr. Goatee, really good. Just been vibing out today. It's not as hot today, which is nice for a change. Absolutely, it's always good when that happens. It's good to get some kind of damn relief from the heat. I hate summers here. I really, really do. It can get so annoying.
Commander, something you need?
I have to go.
Alright, see you.
Mr. Goethe, you felt like you were melting in your bed yesterday. It was like 30 plus, you think, and it's 20 something at night. Yeah, I've got like actually 2 fans going. I've got a standing pedestal fan, but I've also got a desk fan as well. But not like a small one, it's actually quite medium sized, but not a large one though. So I've got that running both at the same time. Mr. Goethe, like that episode of The Simpsons where they didn't have AC, they had 20 fans pointed at them. Yeah. I mean, I do have another one, but it doesn't work anymore. So, having a third fan that doesn't work doesn't help at all, so it's neither here nor there. Something I want to do... Actually, I'll wait till we get on the planet.
Yes, Commander? Is there something you need?
I should go.
Goodbye,
Kmart
Commander.
fall apart fans. Yeah, I've had those fans where they don't really last, you know, years worth, for sure.
I get the feeling you want to ask me something, Commander.
Maybe we could pick up where we left off. You were telling me about your interest in the Protheans.
Actually, I think I was talking about my interest in you, and making a fool of myself in the process. As I said, I am not used to dealing with people, especially humans. I did not really know much about your species when we first met, Shepard. I found it hard to take humanity seriously. Your kind always seemed so rushed and high-strung.
So you saw us as some kind of joke?
As I said, I was ignorant about your species, but I have been watching you and your crew. I feel as if I have learned a great deal. You humans are creatures of action. You pursue your goals with an almost indomitable determination. It is an admirable trait, but also an intimidating one.
You're basically saying we bully other people to get our way.
Unfortunately, that is how most of the galaxy sees you. I understand why they think that way, though I don't necessarily agree with them. It is up to people like you to change their minds, Shepard.
True, Renegade Shepard. And in this situation we can call them Bully Shepard. They would not really care about this, and so in their mind they would consider this, I missed the part where that's my problem.
I don't care what the rest of the galaxy thinks about us.
But you should. The Council made you a Spectre because of what they saw in you. You are special, Commander. You represent the best of what humanity can offer. I looked into your history. I know what you did on Torfin. I cannot even imagine how horrible that must have been, but you did what had to be done.
Now you're digging into my past, invading my privacy.
I am sorry. I know it was wrong, but after our last conversation, I was too embarrassed to approach you directly. I was afraid I would say something stupid again. I wanted to know more about you, to understand what made you into the woman you are. There is something compelling about you, Shepard.
Unacceptable. Yeah. But I feel this is also a Renegade style response, because it's like, are you interested in me or just the beacon, which is implying, you know, like, you know, you are focused on the beacon and just basically using me as kind of like a stepping pad to that, are you? You know, kind of thing. I mean, this is like fully Renegade, but I think for me personally, I feel this is like also a Renegade option, even though it technically isn't and the game wouldn't consider it such. But I'm going to consider it such.
You're interested in me because of my visions. You just want to know more about the Protheans.
I admit, your connection to the Protheans had something to do with my initial interest, but it has grown beyond that. You intrigue me, Shepard, but I was not sure if it was appropriate to act on my feelings. I thought there might already be a relationship between you and Lieutenant Alenko.
Renegade Shepard blasts their own path anyway. They don't have time for frivolities of any kind of nature except for running and gunning and shooting. but this implies that there is something. Which, you know, I'm not really given many, you know, renegade options except for saying that's private.
My relationships are none of your business.
I apologize, Commander. I did not mean to pry. I thought there was a mutual attraction between us. Obviously, I do not know as much about human relationships as I thought.
Obviously.
This is very embarrassing for me, Commander. Please, let's talk about something else.
Hey there, Ronnie. Hello to you, dude. I hope things are going good.
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
I didn't actually see it, Ronnie, until I was going to bed, but how was the stream that you and Mauler did? I hope you had a good one, and did you have any more hot and spicy gummy bears? Caden.
Anything you need, Commander?
What's your opinion on the last mission?
Dr. Tassoni. She seems nice enough. Hard to believe she's older than both of us put together.
Just remember, Lieutenant, I saw her first.
What? No.
They do say Asari are open to that sort of thing, ma'am.
What? Come on, game. I think that choice is a bit like unfair. What? That's not the approach I was going for. So this is the problem with games that try to do this sometimes, is they give you the option and you think it's going to be in the context that the text actually says, but it goes in a completely different direction as well. You know, especially given the fact that I chose what I chose when speaking to Liara as well. So I think that was a bit of a sucker.
We'll talk another time.
I think that was a bit of a blind. That was a bit of what do you call it? A sucker punch of a response. Now that I know that's what the response implies, I thought she was just going to say something like, you know, whatever you like. I thought it was going to be like a renegade kind of response, in the sense of like towards the direction of, you know, don't get too interested because it'll just take your focus off our mission, you know, that kind of thing. Ronnie, it went really well. You raised over $1,000 US for the cause. You did. You have clipped a highlight. It'll be up soon. Dude, that is amazing. That's awesome that you're able to raise that much in the campaign against MS. That's so awesome that you're able to reach that goal. And that's awesome too, dude. Be good to see that highlight.
I get the feeling you want to ask me something, Commander.
Maybe we could pick up where we left off.
Actually, I did not really know much about your species when we
So
first...
you saw us as...
You humans are creatures of action.
You're basically saying...
It is up to people like you.
I don't care what the...
But I looked into your history. I know what you did on Torval.
Now you're digging into my past.
I wanted to know more about you. To understand what made you...
You're interested in me because...
You and... I thought there might already be a relationship between you and Lieutenant Alenka.
My relationships are none of your business.
Obviously, I do not know as much about human...
Obviously.
This is very embarrassing for me.
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
Alright, so now that I know what the response to Caden will be if you choose don't get too interested, which, you know, went completely against what I was expecting the context of that would be.
Anything you need,
What's your opinion on the last?
She seems hard to believe she's older than both of us put together.
Any intentions there, Lieutenant?
No, Commander. Just art appreciation.
What's your opinion on the last?
She's hard to believe she's older than both of us put together.
That's better. That option should be down there, and down there should be up there, and this should be worded differently than what it actually is, given what she actually says, or what male Shepard would actually say. But yeah, now that I've sorted that out, I know that it didn't really matter anything, but you know, it was kind of annoying that I wasn't able to know that Shepard was going to go into saying like, oh, you know, I'm interested in her, and you know, keep your hands off kind of thing. That to me is not what that actually says. And it's a renegade option as well. So it should say something like, don't get too distracted, should be what the thing is, you know. Ronnie, that was your problem with Detroit Become Human. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, like, don't get me wrong, this game and Detroit Become Human get it really, really well most of the time, you know. Assassin's Creed Odyssey though, not so much. Sometimes you pick what you think is going to be said, but then something completely different and irrelevant is actually said. Ronnie, you did better this time, but it was still rough. Well, I'm glad that you did better this time, dude. But yeah, I can't imagine what it's like having one of those. Like, I don't really like spicy stuff that's really, really spicy myself. So, hats off to you for doing that as well.
Just trying to get a sense of where the crew's at. Thoughts?
Well, they know about the stonewalling you've had from the Council.
Those communications are classified, Lieutenant.
Yes, ma'am. But you know the Navy grapevine. They're on your side. They're pissed about the resistance we're getting, especially from our side. I'll have a better handle on all of it when my head stops hurting. Another L2 flare-up.
And this is a very renegade response.
Is this going to be a problem?
No, Commander, it'll settle down. It's rough sometimes, but they spike higher than a lot of L3s. Except for you, of course. Besides, I fared a lot better than some after Kinetics was through.
You distrust them that much?
You know the records about the biotic training out on Jump Zero? They're all classified. Because the Alliance made mistakes. After first contact, Kinetics was set up to track Element Zero exposures and develop implants for humans. Once we had an embassy on the Citadel, Kinetics could bring in experts instead of taking it slow.
The only experts would have to be aliens.
Dead on. Turians, actually. That's why Kinetics kept it a secret. They were afraid of what people back home would think, asking the Turians for help when we just fought a war with them.
The Asari would have been more acceptable than the Turians.
Yes, but the company didn't go through the Citadel. It would have made Earth look weak, so they discreetly hired some Turian mercenaries.
Is there some reason we couldn't learn it on our own?
They didn't know where to start. Hell, it took a couple of years to even link biotics and Ezo. Forget trying to get the kids to move stuff. They had trouble just helping them not break their own limbs. And their choice of teachers didn't help much.
Get your knuckles rapped a few times, Lieutenant?
Yeah, you could say that. Our instructor was a Turian by the name of Commander Vernus. A real hard-ass. He basically had a free pass to break us if it would turn out a decent biotic. Kind of spiraled from there, Commander.
Sounds like a classic drill instructor to me. The ones at the Macapa boot camp were brutal.
Vernus didn't just push us because it was effective training. He liked it. Anyway, this is ancient stuff. I walked it off a long time ago. I should get back to my duties, Commander. We're here to make history, not rehash it.
We'll talk another time, Lieutenant.
Commander?
There we go. Commander.
Commander, what can I do for you?
I wasn't expecting a dialogue interaction. Cool.
Something bothering you?
It's Saren. I'm starting to wonder whether we'll ever find him. He's always one step ahead of us, and he's got those damn Geth.
We're getting close, Garrus. We'll find him.
I wish I had your confidence. I just can't stand the thought of him getting away with everything he's done. I know you're doing everything you can, and if anyone can catch him, it's you, but if there's anything else I can do to help, anything, just tell me what you want me to do, and I'll do it.
Thank you, Garrus. I'll keep that in mind. Just make sure you're ready to go when we do catch him.
Yes, ma'am. You can count on me. Thanks for hearing me out. I appreciate it. Can I ask you something, Commander?
The true Renegade response would be no, goodbye, but I'm curious.
What is it?
Are you worried that the Council might be protecting Saren? I mean, they were really dragging their heels before. What if we find him, bring him back to the Citadel, and they refuse to act?
You seem to have some thoughts on this. Speak your mind, Garrus.
Well, maybe we shouldn't give them the chance, Commander. In my opinion, Saren's too dangerous to be kept alive. Too much could happen. He could escape, or the Council might let him go. If we find him, when we find him, I say we make sure we stop him permanently.
I'm glad you see it that way. I never had any intention of capturing that bastard. When I see him, he dies.
Good. The Council won't like it, but they can't stop you either. You see, this is why I want to be a Spectre. You never have to worry about bureaucratic idiots making a mess of everything.
Just make sure you're ready when it happens.
Yes, ma'am. Commander, good to see you.
Commander?
What's your opinion of the last...
Not sure I buy Dr. Tassoni's story about her and her mom not...
I'm not sure
that Too bad those ruins got destroyed. I mean, they lasted thousands... Ma'am?
Alright, I've already actually heard that dialogue.
Shepard?
So you'd rather be a merc than help your people?
I'm a fighter. It's what I do.
Aren't you at all worried about what will happen to the Krogan?
What the hell do you want me to do about it, Shepard? I'm tired of sticking my ass on the line and getting nothing for it.
So you decided to go your own way?
I decided killing for credits was better than killing for a lost cause. I'm no hero, Shepard. Bottom line, killing for credits simplifies things.
Exactly. That's why I hired you.
And that's why I joined, so I wouldn't have to deal with them. But there's a lot of Krogan mercs out there. I'm always running into them. Half the time I'm being paid to kill them. But that's just part of the job. You don't get to pick who your enemies are.
How long have you been a merc?
Long enough. I took my first contract right after I left my home system. It's good work if it doesn't kill you.
I get the feeling you enjoy your work.
Sure. You get to see the galaxy on someone else's credits, and most days end with a good fight. I've tried more organized fighting, private armies and such, but it gets too messy. I fight best on my own, or in very small groups. I don't like people relying on me, and I bloody well don't like relying on them.
So long, Rex.
Shepard.
Checking up on me, Shepard?
Something I can do for you, Commander.
Carry on, Adams.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Looking for supplies?
Actually, we're going to be selling some
Let's
stuff.
see what you got.
You bet, Commander.
What are you selling? Oh, hang on, before I do that, I need to go over what I've actually collected recently and see if there's anything that is better than what I currently have. Crossfire 7. That increases things by a great amount. .273, 273, 7.1, 8.6, 57, 30. Alright, so the Crossfire 7 it is. Okay, that's a better shotgun. Hang on, Katana 6 and Katana 7. Oh well, we definitely want to get Katana 7 then. But I haven't really used pistols that much. Alright, so sniper rifle. Harpoon 7. Oh, that's got a bit of a down with the heatsink capacity. Okay, this one's Punisher 7. 181, 3.174. Volkov 7, 235. It's got more damage per second. Same heatsink capacity, accuracy rating 69. Accuracy rating 74. Alright, the Volkov 7 has better damage per second and heatsink capacity, but it's got a lower accuracy rating. I mean, but it's got a higher... Hang on. Yeah, it's got better than what I currently have active, but between the Volkov 7 and the Punisher 7. Punisher 7 damage per second 181. This has more damage per second. Heatsink capacity per second. This has 3.1 and this has the same. Accuracy rating though 69. Accuracy rating 74. So the damage per second is greater, but the accuracy isn't as high, but it is still better than what I currently have, so we'll switch to that. Ah, I didn't see this before. Alright, this one's better than what we have. 68, 315. This has 240 shields, it has 315 shields. There we go.
Looking for supplies?
Let's see what you got.
You bet, Commander.
Alright, we've got that sorted now for Shepard.
Yes, Commander?
Carry on, Presley.
Yes, ma'am.
Carry on, Presley.
Commander, something you need?
I have to go.
Alright, see ya.
Alright, now I'm ready to actually jump into this next main story mission. Theros Geth attack.
Equalizing interior pressure with exterior atmosphere. Logged. The commanding officer is ashore. Exo Presley has the deck.
We saw your ship. Fight Dan wants to speak with you immediately.
I've got business of my own to tend to.
The Geth wait for no one. They're preparing another attack. Please, up the stairs past the freighter.
Get to the tunnels. Make sure they're secure.
Those Geth are bloody dangerous.
Glad to see some soldiers. Our numbers are getting thin. Get ready.
As Jack Burton always says, I was born ready.
Die of thirst. The Geth will surely kill us all.
How is a woman supposed to think with guns going off all around?
I fear the Geth will kill us all.
But I don't know how to use a gun.
Beat them with the end of it if you have to. Just don't let those Geth get by you. Stop the Geth.
They're coming. They just keep on coming.
Huh, Commander. I'm glad they finally sent somebody to help us.
You're a bit late, aren't you?
Arcelia. Sorry, Commander. Everyone's on edge since...
Watch out! We've got Geth in the tower!
Protect the heart of the colony!
This place has seen better days.
There, dear. You'll get through this. Just relax.
My headaches are getting better. I just have to stop thinking about the past. Hello, Off-Worlder. I'm glad that we aren't totally forgotten by the rest of the galaxy.
Dear, please try to rest. You're not ready to speak.
But they should know... yes. That's better.
I'm not gonna catch anything from you, am I?
I'm fine. I just need to try to think clearly. It's just a lingering pain from the last attack. I'll be...
I see no major injury, but something must be causing her pain.
Please, just let her rest. She just needs rest. The Geth just keep coming.
It hurts so much when I think about what we've lost.
The Geth are mounting another attack.
The Geth can't be allowed into the heart of the colony.
Protect the heart of the colony!
We've got Geth in the tower!
the Geth don't kill us, the lack of food just might.
Update Fidan, but don't take long. We should roll out the vehicle and find where the Geth are bunkered.
Tali telling a renegade shepherd to hurry up? Jeez. You like to live dangerously?
Oh god, they're everywhere!
All clear.
This work must be completed.
The tower's secure. Thanks to you, Commander.
I'm interested in what Saren sent the Geth to find. Nothing more.
If it's Geth you're looking for, you've come to the right place.
They may have been slowed, but they'll be back. They always come back.
Tell me what the Geth want. Why are they attacking you?
If you want answers, go ask them yourselves.
We don't know what they're after. They came, they attacked us, that's all we know. Their main base is at the Exogeny headquarters. A good place to start looking if you want answers.
How do I get there?
The Skyway leads directly to Exogeny headquarters. You can't miss it.
Of course, there's an army of Geth between here and there.
Every Geth I kill brings me one step closer to Saren.
Then maybe I can get this colony operational again.
What do you need done to get this place back on its feet?
We need those Geth destroyed.
Arcelia's right. There are still Geth in the tunnels. We also have more mundane problems like food, water, and power. I'm not sure where we stand on those matters. You should talk to the people overseeing them.
Is there anything I can do to solve your water shortage?
Maka Doyle has been assigned to that particular issue. If you have any insight to offer, please speak with her.
What's wrong with the colony's power supply?
May O'Connell is working on our power problems. She'd know more about it than I do.
You mentioned something about a food shortage.
Davin Reynolds is tasked with securing food for the immediate future. If you can assist, please speak with him.
Let's talk about Zeus Hope and Pharos in general.
Of course, Commander.
What can you tell me about the defenses the Geth have set up?
I don't have any details, but I'll wager it's a lot more fortified than the command post.
They landed at least one Geth ship at Exogeny, and I've seen large walking tanks on the Skyway. Expect a hard fight.
What do you need done to get this place back on its feet?
We need those Geth destroyed.
Arcelia's... I'm not sure where we stand on those matters. You should talk to the people overseeing them.
Let's talk about Zeus.
Of course, Commander.
Tell me about your colony.
Life is hard and often brutal, even without our current problems. Colonial affairs back on Earth told us we'd be beneath the notice of any raiders. I guess they weren't counting on the Geth. But, despite everything, there's something tranquil about this place, unlike anything I've experienced before.
How big was the original Pharos colony?
We were nearly 1,000 at the main site, 200 more at my outpost. When the first wave obliterated our defenses, we fell back to Zeus Hope.
What else can you tell me about Exogeny?
Exogeny funded this colony. Without them, we wouldn't be stuck here.
They specialize in colonization. In return for bankrolling the colony, we work for them. Their main goal is the retrieval of valuable artifacts or resources.
Except there isn't anything here. Or if there is, we didn't find it.
I wonder if that's what the Geth are looking for.
Perhaps. As she said, we never found anything of value.
Of course, the Geth could know something we don't.
I'll talk to you when I learn more.
Good luck, Commander.
You're the commander of the ship that just landed.
What do you do here?
I'm just watching over the ship, making sure she doesn't get any worse. If nothing else, she's good for hiding in when those Geth come over the wall.
It looks like you're monitoring something.
No, well, just ship diagnostics. It's nothing. I should get back to it, but Fidan, what's the report on? I should go.
Be right back. Alrighty then, I'm back. Hey there, Hippie T. How's it going, dude? And hey there, Spicy Chicken. How's things going with you?
Maybe I can help you. What are you trying to diagnose?
No, thanks, really. Now, please, I need to get back to work. I can't be distracted. Please go.
It's annoying when that happens in games. You want to talk to a character more, so you choose an option that you think will, and then they get cut. Then they cut you off, and you can't actually talk to them ever again. It's like, when was the last autosave? Do we already talk to Thingamajig? What's his face? Hopefully so. Oh yeah, so this is back here where I killed these enemies. Alright. It's just annoying when that happens. It's like, at least have the options a different color if it's gonna just end the conversation. Spicy Chicken, you're good. You managed to play some Watch Dogs 2 today. Oh, that's good, Spicy Chicken. Glad that you're going well. So what part are you up to? Were you doing just like roaming around exploring and collecting stuff? Or were you doing like side stuff or main stuff? Oh, you're up to the desert festival?
Everywhere.
Yeah, that's a good, decent amount of progress that you made with that Spicy Chicken. That's actually a really cool sequence. But mostly side stuff, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing too, like, whenever I do that, because there's online related stuff, I don't do those side missions, but if you are interested in that, you've got those, but you've also got, like, obviously, side missions you get from certain people to go and do stuff. Unfortunately, it seemed to have soft lock, but you hope after a reload allow you to continue. Oh, hopefully so. I hate when that kind of thing happens.
The tower's secure.
I just did what I had to.
Well, I'm glad you're on
They
our
may
side.
have been slowed, but they'll be back.
That's not what I wanted to say, but anyway.
Tell me what the Geth
If you want answers...
We don't know. Their main base is at the ExoGeni headquarters. A good place to start.
How do I get there?
The same button to skip dialogue is the same button to...
I didn't expect this would be easy.
Then maybe I can get this colony operational again.
I hate how skipping is the same button as fucking choosing the fucking option. Same with A button is the same as choosing the fucking option. It's like, make the skip conversation button different to the one that actually selects fucking bloody dialogue choices.
They landed at least one Geth ship at ExoGeni, and What do you need? We need those Geth.
I'm not sure where we stand on those matters.
You mentioned something about a food
Davin
short.
Reynolds.
I'll talk to you when I learn.
Do this anyway because I lost out on some fucking Renegade points that I fucking had before, but because I had to fucking reload this autosave, now I've got to re-fucking load the damn thing just so I can fucking get back to that point again and then get the Renegade points that I fucking lost because there was another conversation that fucking ended with a fucking bloody reply that it shouldn't have fucking ended with because the fucking reply didn't actually indicate that it would end the fucking conversation. I'll tell you what, this is a great game, but there's some little niggling things that just fucking pop their head up, which gives you the fucking shits. I hope in the sequels the same button that skips dialogue is not the same button that actually also chooses fucking dialogue.
The tower's secure. Thanks to
Yeah, good on you. Stick your tower up your fucking ass. I don't give a
Geth
shit.
It's Geth.
They may have been slowed,
Whatever.
but they'll be back. They always come back.
Tell me what the Geth
If you want answers...
We don't know what
You
they're
go fucking ask
Their main
yourself.
base is at the ExoGeni headquarters. A good place
What's
to start.
ExoGeni?
I've already fucking asked.
Of course, there's an
I
army.
didn't expect this would be easy.
Here we
Then
go
maybe I can get
again.
this
I'm just
colony
getting frustrated and fucking
We'll get
pressing the
going
same
then.
button.
Good luck.
Unless there's another skip button that isn't the X button that also doesn't actually choose dialogue as well. That's really fucking stupid though. Mapping one button to two different things in dialogue. Both skipping dialogue, but also choosing dialogue. What do they think the player's going to be doing that wants to skip the fucking dialogue? Spamming the button, right?
The tower's secure. Thanks to you, Commander.
I'm interested in what Saren sent the Geth to find. Nothing more.
If it's Geth you're looking for, you've come.
They may have been slowed, but they'll be back. They always come back.
Tell me what the Geth want.
If you want answers, go ask
We don't know what they're
fuck
after.
yourself.
They came, their main base is at the ExoGeni headquarters. A good place to start looking.
How do I get there?
The Skyway...
Of course, there's an army of Geth between here and there.
Every Geth I
Then
kill?
maybe I can get this colony operational again.
What can you tell me about the defenses?
I don't have any details.
They landed at least one Geth ship at ExoGeni, and I've seen large...
What do you need done to get this place
We need
back
those
on?
Geth destroyed.
Marcelia's... I'm not sure where we stand on those matters. You should talk to the people overseeing them.
Is there anything I can do to solve
Marka Doyle has been assigned to that particular issue.
What's wrong with the colony's
May
powers?
O'Connell is working on our power problems.
You mentioned something about a food
Davin
ship.
Reynolds is tasked with securing food for the immediate...
Let's talk about Zeus.
Of course,
Hope.
Commander.
What else can you tell me about it?
ExoGeni
They special... Their main goal is the
Except there isn't anything here. Or if there is, we didn't find
I
it.
wonder if that's what the Geth are
Perhaps.
Of course, the Geth could know something we don't.
I'll talk to you when I learn more.
Commander.
There we go, finally. Let's fucking manually save it, so we don't have to do that fucking bullshit all over fucking again. Spicy Chicken, you wish you got to play as Wrench. He's your favourite character. Yeah, he is really, really cool. He's so funny too, some of the dialogue that he has. Played by a great actor as well, Sean Bai Cho, who's done a lot of Assassin's Creed roles over the years. Hey there, Code, welcome. The classic, set the controls under 1 to 2 buttons and possible randomly change the buttons effect. Yeah, exactly, dude. You know, even if it was like pressing the right bumper button to skip dialogue, that would be better, because then that way you're pressing a button that's completely different from the face buttons, you know what I mean?
You're the commander of the ship that just landed.
Spicy Chicken, maybe you'll check out Watch Dogs Legion. You can go see Wrench loving the Animus. You can so see Wrench loving the Animus. Yeah, Watch Dogs Legion, I liked it, but I think it's a hollow experience compared to the first two. But having said that though, there's still some really cool things about the story.
What do you do here?
I'm just if nothing else, she's good for hiding in when those Geth come over the walls.
It looks like you're monitoring something.
No, well, just ship diagnostics. It's nothing. I should get back to it, but Fidan wants a report on... I should go.
What do you know about the colony?
We just arrived a short time ago. It seemed like any other colony at first, but it's different somehow.
What do you mean?
It's hard to explain. It's kind of like... I can't describe it. You should speak with Fidan. He knows the colony better than me.
Are you the captain of this freighter?
Not originally. The captain died in one of the Geth raids. I'm the last crew member. We shouldn't even be here. The Solarian merchant promised us a fortune. I wish... I suppose it could be worse.
What's wrong with the ship? Isn't she space-worthy?
There's too much damage. Maybe if the Geth stopped attacking, I could fix her. Then again, if there were no Geth, I might just stay on a while.
Goodbye.
Good luck out there.
Commander, I was told to make my supplies available to you if you wish.
What's your name, Solarian?
My full name is Gorat-tu Heranon Maldinest God Inost Ledra. Humans usually employ surname and given name only. Inost and Ledra in my case.
Why's your name so long?
We are named for our origins. Gorat-tu is my homeworld, Heranon my clan's country, Maldinest and Got are the city and district where I live.
What can you tell me about Zeus Hope?
A fascinating place by all accounts, though the Geth have made it treacherous. You might like it here too, if you gave it a chance, Commander. I never thought I'd stay in one place for long, but here? I will stay here.
This place is barely holding together. Why stay here?
I can't give you an answer to that, Commander. At least not one that you would comprehend. Why not try asking Phi Dan? Maybe he can tell you what I can't.
What's a Solarian doing on a human colony?
This Solarian goes where the credits are. Or I did. A well-stocked freighter can be a profitable investment on a new colony. But once I was here, I decided to stay on. The colony life grows on you after a while.
How do you keep things in stock in conditions like this?
My list of consumers has shrunk significantly since the attacks, and few of those have time for shopping.
Let me see what you have.
Of course. I may be able to provide a few interesting items.
We'll be the judge of that. Spicy Chicken, one of the reasons you've wanted to play it is because you can play as some old lady. That's true, Spicy Chicken. The elderly characters do have their downsides though in that game as well. But the funny thing is, it adds a bit of humor, you know, so if you want to do sort of like a bit of a humorous thing, it's definitely good for that too.
You're the one who repelled that last wave. They'll be back. And if the Geth don't kill us, we'll die of hunger soon enough.
Are you doing anything to remedy the situation?
I need to boost rations with Varen meat, but it's too dangerous. The Alpha Varen, he's huge and he's mad. Rabid, maybe. Totally uncontrollable. I can't do anything until he's dead.
Tell me about hunting Varen.
Hunting them is impossible while fending off the Geth. On the positive side, they'll attack anything, even those damn synthetics. The big Alpha Varen is the real problem. He's mad, erratic, completely unpredictable.
Tell me about yourself.
What's to tell? I came here with my wife Greta, looking for adventure, a new life together. This isn't exactly what we signed up for. Of course, it would be much better without the Geth. We were really starting to enjoy the colony before they came.
Tell me about Zeus Hope.
The colony is growing, or it was. But you should speak with Phi Dan. He is our leader.
Why should I speak with Phi Dan? Why can't you tell me?
I don't want to talk about that right now. Speak with Phi Dan.
Tell me about hunting Varen.
Hunting them is impossible. The big Alpha Varen is the real problem. He's mad.
I have to go.
So long, Commander.
Spicy Chicken, you know there's a DLC for Legion with Aiden, Marcus, and Wrench, though? There is, yeah. Yeah, it's actually really, really good. I really like that DLC. It made it feel like a true Watch Dogs game again, as well. Because the thing about Watch Dogs Legion is, if you're a player that doesn't care for a main character, then it's no issue, because any character in the game that you recruit can become your main character that you like to use. But if you do like to actually have a main character, you can't really sink your teeth into a character's story arc or anything like that. So you have to basically just decide, okay, which recruit do I think is the one that I like the most, and then you make them the main character. In Watch Dogs 4, what I'd like them to do is still have the ability to actually have recruits, however, minimize the amount of potential NPCs that could be recruits by making sure that there's only a set number of specific skills in the game, and depending on what type of playstyle you want your character to have, you might decide to have a recruit that is actually really highly skilled in combat, and you might just want to go through the game, you know, getting into combat, essentially. So minimize the scope of what NPCs can be recruited, have a certain set of skills, And the other thing is have an actual main character. But the thing about it, what they could do is make it that when you're playing, you can switch to any character, including the main character and the other recruits that you have at any time. If you want to, you can even play the whole game just playing as that recruit. You don't have to play as the main character. For example, if there's a main character and you don't like them and you don't want to play as them, but there's a recruit that you like and you want to play as them, then you just control them for the whole game. But you still hear the same dialogue that the main character would say. It's just that when you're playing as the recruit, it would be filtered through the fact that they're actually talking over devices. Whereas if you're playing as the main character, all the dialogue that the main character says, you hear it directly without that filter. And then what happens then is you can still basically play through the game, get the same dialogue so you know what's going on, get the same story. It's just that you as the player decide, do I like this main character? If so, you can play as the whole game as them. If you don't like them, you can play as one of the recruits. In that case, what I think they should do is actually have a recruit that's with you at the start of the game as well. So you have the main character, and then you have a recruit that's automatically part of the team. And then there's other members, of course, you can get, but have a limit too. Like, don't have like 10 spots. Like, just have 6. You know, and that way you can have 2 at the start and then get 4 more to make your team of 6. So I think if they did that for Watch Dogs 4, it would also make things a bit tighter with the story by having that main character, but also not having like 50 different NPCs all with one slight variation in the fact that one has this skill, yet they have another skill that's slightly different to the same person you saw, because sometimes you get double ups, you get the same person that you see, and all that kind of stuff. So I think that's what they should do for Watch Dogs 4. And also, on the topic of Watch Dogs 4, they should set it in Japan, because it'd be so fucking awesome to remote control or hack into a big, giant, life-sized Godzilla. If they can get the rights to Godzilla, that'd be even better, but if they can't get the rights from Toho to actually use Godzilla in Watch Dogs 4, it'd be cool if they just had a similar kind of big, giant monster that you could actually control. Because in Watch Dogs 1, in one of the digital trips, you can actually play as a big, giant spider bot. In Watch Dogs 2, and then Watch Dogs Legion, I don't think there's anything in Watch Dogs Legion comparable. But anyway, in Watch Dogs 4, it'd be cool to have a big giant kaiju that you can actually hack into and control. Hey there, Templar. How's it going? Spicy Chicken, you wonder how much the DLC is. Maybe a game playing as Geordie Chin would be cool. That would have been great, because he's a great character. He's actually one of my favourite characters in the Watch Dogs series. But yeah, not sure how much the DLC actually is, Spicy Chicken. When I got it, I got the Season Pass when I got the game, so it came included. Templar, if they make Watch Dogs 4, you want another city-wide black hat ability. Now that would be cool as well, Templar, because that is really, really cool in Watch Dogs 1 to use that. Comes in handy in a lot of situations.
It hurts so much.
You'll have to forgive my wife. Calantha's not in her right mind. She just needs to relax and accept what's happened.
What do you do for the colony?
I'm a medic. Or I am since the doctor died. I've tried my best since she was killed.
What happened to your wife?
The constant attacks have strained us all. She'll adapt. We all have.
Do you know anything about this planet?
Just what I was told by Colonial Affairs. It's a little different from what they claimed. It's not all bad, though. When the Geth are gone, we'll have a chance to create something even more spectacular than before.
Tell me about the colony.
I can't tell you much about that. You'd best ask Fidan if you really must know.
Why can't you tell me? I just want to know about the colony.
Fidan is our leader. Who better to answer questions about the colony?
Do you have any idea what the Geth were looking for?
I can't think of any reason for an attack like this. We just wanted to build a home.
I have to go.
Please do what you can to stop the attacks.
Will that help? Templar Watch Dogs Legion doesn't have a blackout ability, but it has something close enough that's more in line with Legion's gameplay. Yeah. But bringing back the city-wide one would be cool in Watch Dogs 4. Spicy Chicken, you think a story about rogue police officer would be cool? Yeah. I was actually thinking too that if you did have that storyline, you could make it that the rogue police officer is the second of two main characters you can choose between. So if you choose them, then you'll get that storyline from that perspective. But then there might be another character which would be like a hacker, and so you'd get the story from their perspective. Templar Watch Dogs 2 Blackout was just pitiful. Yeah, the Blackout in Watch Dogs 1 is awesome. Spicy Chicken, let's say a police officer that has to go against the Force to solve a case and he has to do it with the help of DedSec or old Aiden. Well, that's true. You could play it as a rogue in the sense that there's something corrupt going on, which is definitely a theme that's in all Watch Dogs games. That would actually fit.
Commander, what can I do for you?
Some of the colonists are acting strange.
We're a close-knit group, Commander. Most of us have lost loved ones, friends.
These aren't trained soldiers. Nobody taught us how to deal with the horrors of war.
This is our home. We've watched the Geth slowly destroy everything that is important to us. Don't judge us too harshly.
I'll talk to you when I learn more.
Good luck, Commander.
Nice work with those Geth. Glad you showed up. I still need the power cells for this generator, though.
If I find anything while I'm looking around, I'll send it your way.
Thank you, Commander. I appreciate it.
I'm sorry, but I can't stop to talk. I have to deal with the water shortage.
Is there anything I can do?
The utilities building was one of the first to fall under Geth control. Find the mains and turn them back on. Until then, this colony is dry.
Tell me about yourself.
I'd rather not. This is not the time or the place. Please, help us or don't. Otherwise, leave me to my work.
Tell me about the colony.
We are a small group, part of a larger colony, before the Geth attacked. You should speak to Faidan. It's his responsibility. He knows the colony best.
What do you know about this planet?
I am not the one to ask about that. Ask Faidan, or one of the others.
I have to go.
I wish you luck.
Thanks for your help. At least...
Not the best shot, but I'll do what I can.
Spicy Chicken, well, Aiden is 58, so he'd most likely be old enough to be the protagonist's father. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit tricky because he doesn't have any children as at Watch Dogs Legion. And there's no mention of any. So I don't really know how they could swing that as a fourth Watch Dogs Legion with him. Because the thing about it is they'd have to do the cliche, oh, he had a child but didn't know kind of thing. Which Ubisoft has already done with one of their stories, I think, from memory. Oh yeah, Desmond. Desmond had a son that he didn't know about. But there's nothing wrong with Aiden being looked up to as a father figure by the main character. Like maybe Aiden becomes a mentor to him in a way. Or her. Whatever the case may be.
I'm grateful for what you've done, but your heroics don't impress me, Commander.
Ooh, I can't wait to say some Renegade options to this character. Because this character's just rubbed me the wrong way when it comes to me playing Shepard as a Renegade.
Tell me more about yourself, Arcelia.
I'm a rent-a-cop. I was hired to keep kids from writing graffiti on the walls at Exogeny. Then all this happened. I wasn't trained for this. I didn't ask for it. I just wanted to end.
I get the feeling you don't like me.
How would you feel if you were hung out to dry by every government organization that ever promised to keep you safe? They should have sent a small fleet. Instead, we get one ship. And you're only interested in the Geth.
Come on, game, you're not giving us a fucking renegade option to say to this character? This character is asking for a renegade fucking response.
What can you tell me about Exogeny?
Very little. I work there as a security officer. I know they were looking for artifacts and anything of value. That's what they do. They fund the colony. In return, we help them uncover buried treasure. It's definitely not as exciting as they make it sound.
Templar, Watch Dogs Blackout is badass. Watch Dogs Legion system shutdown fucks up everything in the vicinity, and Watch Dogs 2 just puts the city block down. Yeah, the first game is definitely the game that has superior of that. For 58 is still going good. Relatively, yeah. That's true. Spicy Chicken, it's that your dad is the same age. I got you, Spicy Chicken. Yeah. Well, that's the thing with Aiden Pierce is he doesn't strike me as the kind of character that would want to settle down and have a family. Because psychologically speaking, he'd still have nightmares about, you know, what happened to Lena. And even so, I don't think he'd want to become a father just in case what happened to her happens to his children. Templar Jackson would be a good contender. That's true, Templar. He would be. Yeah, I was actually quite happy with what they did with his character in Watch Dogs Legion. Because after playing the first Watch Dogs, I thought to myself, in a Watch Dogs 3, it'd be cool if we played as Jackson as the main character, years after the events of Watch Dogs 1. We didn't get that, of course, but I mean, at the time when I was playing Watch Dogs 1, that's what I was hoping for with a Watch Dogs 3. Because by that point, Watch Dogs 2 had come out. So, it was like 2017 when that came out, so when I was playing Watch Dogs 1 and 2, I played Watch Dogs 1 in 2016, so I was still relatively new with the whole series at that point. But it was way off from when they did Watch Dogs Legion.
Tell me about Zeus Hope.
I can't tell you much about it. You should speak to Fidan if you want to know more.
Templar's kind of like Aiden in a way. He doesn't want to do that kind of stuff, but has to. Yeah, I mean, I think they are very different characters, though. Like, the way that Jackson is very different. You know, he believes that you don't have to kill people to actually make a difference. You can actually make a difference through other means as well. So there's definitely differences in character.
Goodbye.
Commander.
Alright, so we have all this stuff. Alright. Garros, Geth in the tunnels, Virmire power cells, water restoration. Templar, you'd like to see maybe Jackson slowly take on the persona of the Fox. In a way, that'd be cool, but then you're just repeating what has already been done with Aiden in Watch Dogs 1. I'd rather they take a different direction with Aiden, if they were to, with Jackson, if they were to include him in Watch Dogs 4, for example. Water restoration. Alright, so it looks like there's nothing with these side quests. I wish they did this map thing a bit better. By, you know, actually letting you change what level the map's on. Instead, you have to get to the actual physical level and then look at your map, and then you get told what's different. Templar, wouldn't it be cool if they revealed Volpe was an ancestor of Aiden? Maybe. I don't know. I guess I'm getting over the kind of idea that you have to have people related to everyone in the wider, like, universe of something. You know, it's kind of like, it's a fallback thing. It's like, let's just say that this character's related to this other character, just for the sake of saying that, you know. Because otherwise it becomes a thing of make every character related to every other character in every other franchise in the same universe, which gets a bit, you know, too samey and convoluted. I suppose, Chicken, the only idea you have is for him to become a leader of a new hacker group, maybe called the Watchdogs. Now that would be cool, Spicy Chicken. You know, that's creating a different, like, group as well, and having two different hacking groups would be interesting as well, especially if there's some kind of like the villain could be doing something to manipulate both sides into thinking that the other is actually the enemy, you know, that kind of thing. Templar both been called the Fox and Masters at stealth and thieving. Yeah.
Oh god, they're everywhere!
Negative contacts, Commander. This valve looks like part of a large system. There are likely others we need to activate as well. That's the last of them.
You don't want to go down there.
You're not stopping me.
Maybe I will stop you. How would you like that? No! That was a good one. Very intense.
What's the matter with you?
Just invoking the Master's whip helps remind me I'm still alive. You're here for the Geth, aren't you? You're not the only one interested in those things.
Who else is looking for the Geth?
Not looking for. looking to get rid of. They're a thorn in the side of the... Ah! Ah! Trying to get to the... Dying!
This one is no longer fit. We should leave him.
Maybe I should just put him out of his misery.
I've thought about that several times. I'd rather die fighting.
I could help you if you told me what you're fighting.
Not that kind of fight. It's like running through a thorn bush. The more you struggle, time's up. Company's coming. Ask Faidan. Ask him about the... Ah!
That's a very un-renegade response, actually, for a renegade choice. A bit too much empathy in that dialogue there, after choosing the renegade dialogue option.
All targets down.
I won't do it. I won't. I can't. I won't do it.
Come on, do it now. Do it. Whatever you're gonna do, do it now. You idiot. You fucking yee ass haircut motherfucker. What are you doing? Come on, do it now. Don't bullshit me. Don't fucking leave me around like that. You're gonna fucking do something. You just fucking do it. Don't wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow's already fucked up. You need to do it today. Do it now. Stop looking at me like that. What are you doing? Put the cookie down now. It's no time for that. You gotta do what I'm telling you, which is to fuck off. Okay? Good. Got it. Now go away. Fuck you, asshole. Sorry. I got possessed there a bit by Arnold Schwarzenegger. No, just kidding. That would be one of those stories you'd see in those like stupid like magazines where people send in their story, and you have on the front cover this outlandish like claim. So you'd have someone on the cover saying, Arnold Schwarzenegger once possessed me. You know, it's kind of like a shock, dumb, stupid story for the magazine to sell. It's like, woman who was abducted by a UFO finds out that it's actually her long-lost brother. It looks like he got poisoned by Joker. It definitely does look like he did. He's gonna have a big grin on his face soon. Yee ass haircut. Yeah, I just love that from GTA 5. Lamar Davis, one of my favorite characters in GTA. I always love his reaction when he sees that Franklin has been given the Employee of the Month. The look on his face is just priceless.
Doesn't look like it's on yet. We should keep looking.
The exorcism of Rod Schwarzenegger. Nice one, Ryu. Thank you so much for clipping that too. I appreciate it. That's awesome. Spicy Chicken, it'd be cool to see Lamar make a cameo in GTA 6 and roast the new protagonists. Yeah, like you'd have a situation where the two main characters at a nightclub or something, and Lamar is walking past, and something catches his eye about him, and then he just basically gives them a 5-minute roasting, and then just leaves, and you never see him in the rest of the game again. But that's his cameo.
My mind is my own. My mind is my own. My mind is my own.
What is mind? Does not matter. What is matter? Never mind. That's a deep cut Homer Simpson quote there. To even before The Simpsons was actually a series, back when they were just short appearances on another show. Or maybe I got the quote mixed around.
Think we're good, Commander?
Spicy Chicken, think a perfect cameo for Michael would be to see him or hear him on the radio talking about one of his movies. Oh yeah, and you know what I'd also love to hear Michael say? the interviewer would ask him, "So Michael, there's been a bit of controversy around your family life. Would you like to explain?" And then Michael's like, "I don't think about them until they get brought up." And then that's all he says. And then you find out that Michael and Amanda and his kids ended up separating, and then his kids end up as no-hopers. Oh, no, wait, they already were. Not much changes in that regard then. Baron falls dead, riddled with slugs. This must be the alpha male, the pack leader of these feral scavengers. It was so ironic if Franklin opened up a business that was basically, you know, a car dealership, like what Simeon had. Except in Franklin's case, he wouldn't be a corrupt piece of shit running it. He'd actually be a legitimate businessman. This old disabled vehicle was more willing to part with its still functioning power cell than one would expect. Imagine so. You're not sure, you don't think Michael should die, but seeing all his lies and betrayals finally catch up to him would be a great way to end his character. I guess it depends on how you feel about him as a character. Like, I really like Michael as a character, and part of the reason why is because he's one of those characters that he has these dreams and goals, and he finally gets to achieve them. You know, I think that's great for a character to be able to do. Obviously, because he's a GTA protagonist, it means that there's also things that go wrong, obviously. But it's cool to see that. And I just see his family as an obstacle to his goals, you know. And plus, you know, he's one of those characters that he really enjoys his alone time. And to have it interrupted all the time by bullshit from his family members, you know, gets in the way of that. And I'd rather he has the ability to sort of like relax and just do what he wants to. Doesn't have to have Amanda nagging him, or his children nagging him for money, or, you know, all that kind of stuff. Cool, we leveled up. Yeah, me neither, Spicy Chicken. Ryu will tell you the amount of times in my playthroughs where I just do stuff to his family members, like running them over, and I actually had fun one time on the busy street with traffic coming in either direction, and I basically stopped the car in the middle of the road and got out, and then made them run across to chase me, and they got hit by the cars and stuff. It was so funny to do. Or sometimes I'll just, you know, randomly shoot up Amanda's car and destroy it. And then just go... And then in missions where you have to go with Jimmy, I troll him by moving the car a little bit just as he's about to get in, and keep on doing that. I think there was one playthrough where I had played a game of tennis with Amanda and lost, so I just lobbed some grenade launchers. And she quote-unquote died, but then later obviously you find out that they don't die. They just basically go to hospital and then they come out and then you have to pay the money. Do you know what the Ark is? It's a transmitter. A radio for speaking to God. You want to go speak to God? Let's go see him right now. I've got nothing better to do. I suppose Chicken Michael is so much better off with his family and vice versa. Yeah, that's true. That's the thing.
There! That did it! The system is active.
Yeah, Spicy Chicken, that's a good question. Who is worse? Tracy or Jimmy? I think they're both as equally as bad as each other. Like, they're in separate ways, of course. There's differences between the two. And neither one can stand the other, so there's that as well. I actually wish that, based on certain missions that you did related to, like for example, you know how you get the option to actually help Amanda or Tracy or Jimmy? If you refuse to help one of them, or all of them, there'd be a slightly different ending for Michael. Like, let's say for example you chose to have the characters of Franklin, Trevor, and Michael survive, right? Let's say you chose that ending. If you had also helped all the family members, you'd get the part of Michael's ending where, you know, he's still with his family. But if you didn't help them in those missions, then if you get the ending where Michael survives, then he is separated from his family. I think that would have been cool. Because you know what I'd be choosing pretty much every playthrough? I'd be choosing Michael not to help all his family members, therefore also choosing the third way ending, and then that way the variation would be you'd get the ending where Trevor, Michael, and Franklin all survive. Not that Franklin's survival is ever in question, obviously, but I mean to say, if you chose the option for all those characters to survive, and you had not helped Michael's family, I'd be choosing that all the time. Not helping them and then choosing the third way and then getting that ultimate ending. Or maybe you'd have a plot, maybe there could have been a plot twist, like maybe Amanda was secretly seeing Dr. Friedlander. I don't know. Alright, now I'm getting lost. So what we need to do is this. Go to the map and just put waypoint to waypoint. A Geth transmitter. Now is that the one that I already took care of? I think it is. This is where I'm getting confused with this pathing. Oh yeah, no wonder why. Alright. So we go this way, then around this way. And then up this way. Now we go to there. And up this way is that, which I think is where I already went, but I just want to double check. Yep, so I've already been to this one. Fatigued, come on. Alright, there we go. I've already been there. I suppose, Chicken, honestly, if you were writing GTA 5, you would have had Michael lose everyone, including Trevor and Franklin. There was a concept for Michael to run into Franklin's aunt in the desert, but it was scrapped. Was it really? I didn't know about that. That's kind of cool when you find out about certain content that was cut. But yeah, that would have been interesting to have that as a ending too. In fact, maybe whoever you played as the most could potentially unlock different endings, you know. But then I guess they wanted to keep just one focus where there was 3 different endings. Because I mean, otherwise then it becomes like a RPG open world kind of thing. And I don't think GTA is really that kind of stuff. Even though yes, there's RPG elements with the stat system by the very nature. That's an RPG element. But I mean to say it's GTA, not, you know, not Deus Ex or something where you have multiple endings. You would have written GTA 5 to be a tragedy about Michael. Yeah. Makes me think of, you know, they could have done what if DLCs, you know. What would have happened to Michael if this happened? What would have happened to Franklin if this happened instead? What would have happened to Trevor if this happened instead? Alright, that elevator is now an option for us, so that's cool. Alright, now we can finalize this quest with the valves.
The water started running not long ago. Thanks to you, I assume. Now we just need to deal with the Geth and we can get back to growing this colony. Here, a few credits for your trouble. Thank you.
Oh no, I got Paragon points for doing that? We don't do that here. I didn't realize that would give me Paragon points for completing a side quest. But that's good to know, at least, because then in a future playthrough when I am doing Paragon, at least I know that I can get that. But yeah, I don't want any Paragon points in this playthrough. So I won't finalize that quest. So I guess that will be the same for those options too. But this time I'll save the game manually, now that I know that that's the thing. So when I make note of what side missions are in the game, I'll also make note that, because this this might not be the only Renegade playthrough I do of this game. So if I do another one in the future, at least I know not to worry about those side quests. But yeah, the next time I play this game though, I definitely want to play the Paragon route, which is basically more in line with how I usually play these games, but I want it to be different for this game, and also I really enjoy the game. Before I started playing it though, I wasn't sure, so I figured if I play Renegade, at least that way, if I didn't end up liking it, I'd have something to still, something that would still motivate me to keep playing the game, you know. But since I do enjoy it, it means I know I'm going to replay it in the future, and so I still wanted to stick with the Renegade path. And then that way, when I do my second playthrough, I can do the Paragon side of things. Commander, you have to help us. The Geth are attacking us. They're abducting and experimenting on us. If you don't do something, the colony will be wiped out. Goodbye. Hey there, Harbinger. Thanks for redeeming that. And that's definitely the way that it would go. Alright, so we know that doing this side quest for May O'Connell gives us Paragon, for Masha Doyle gives us Paragon points. So what I need to do is look at the guide that I'm creating for my future playthroughs. And when I say that, I'm not actually creating a guide for everyone to use. It's just having everything set out and making notes about stuff really helps me. I did the same with Witcher 3 as well. Alright, so if we have a look at the assignments, so we have Feros, and we have water restoration, and in brackets Paragon only. Part of Paragon path. I'll just put that in brackets. Alright, now we'll save it and not complete that assignment and test the other ones. But if you get Paragon option only, it won't decrease your Renegade points. You can still do everything and maximize Renegade. Yeah, I guess more my thing is I'm doing a Renegade playthrough, so for me, getting Paragon points at all is not the Renegade way. So that's why I don't want to have the Paragon points. Just simply having the Paragon points, to me, is anti-Renegade.
Hello again, Commander.
I killed the big Varen. The rest are yours.
Excellent. I'll organize a hunt when the immediate threat of the Geth is gone.
Fork over the reward so I can get back to more important things.
Of course. I don't want to delay you any more than I already have.
Alright, that gives us Paragon points as well. Alright, so that mission was Varen Meat. Now I assume it's the same with the other character, but just in case.
Hello again. Is there something I can do for you?
Alright, it's not her.
Goodbye.
So who gave us that quest? May O'Connell. She's back over this way.
Nice work with those Geth. Glad you showed up. I still need the power cells for this generator, though.
I found these power cells in the tunnels. Are they what you're looking for?
I knew they'd turn up eventually. Here, Fidan gave me some requisition money. It's all yours. Now if I can kick these powered...
Yep, Paragon as well. Alright. Now that I've sussed that out, I can make notes on that. Alright, so that one was called power cells. Alright, because I'm not actually doing those, I need to put them in the section of my guide that is the assignments that there actually are, not ones that I've done. There we go. Alright, so now I know not to worry about that. Let's have a look at the journal again. Now, Geth in the tunnels. Now, I'm sure this will be another example. Unless you want to RP. Yeah, I'm kind of... Like, the thing about this game too is some of the Renegade options don't actually have many Renegade outcomes, you know? Like, sometimes you'll choose the Renegade option, but there'll be too much sympathy and empathy in the way that Shepard responds, and to me that's not a Renegade response. That'd be more of a Paragon response.
Commander, what can I do for you?
I destroyed a Geth transmitter in the tunnels. They won't be a problem any longer.
Thank you, Commander. We're in your debt. You've taken a great weight off my shoulders. I just wish I had such good news for every problem.
I'll talk to you when I learn more.
Good luck, Commander.
Just a warning, skipping side quests might have consequences in the next game, so you don't remember out this place, but many actions carry over. Yeah, that's understandable, Harbinger. By the very nature of doing this kind of playthrough, and knowing before that your actions do carry over, I'm very well aware of missing out on some stuff. I don't know what, though, obviously, because I haven't played Mass Effect 2, but I don't really mind. Basically, when I do Mass Effect 2, and I haven't even decided yet if I want to even carry on with the exact same Shepard or whatnot, but I think I wanted to do like a Paragon playthrough instead, but just have to wait and see what I'm feeling like. Alright, so we've spoken to him. Alright, so what was his side mission called? It was Geth in the Tunnels. Alright, so that's a listing of all the assignments on Feros. So now I know not to worry about those in this playthrough. It's time to focus on the actual main mission. Okay, let's increase assault training and fitness.
I don't know how much more I can take.
Harbinger, that's a disadvantage because if you import your ME1 save in ME2, you get extra Paragon Renegade points, but if you start a fresh character, you don't. That's understandable, Harbinger, yeah. I'll wait till I get to Mass Effect 2 before I make the decisions on what kind of playthrough I want to make it and all that kind of stuff. But whatever consequences happen if I choose to, you know, not do certain stuff in this game, choosing the Renegade path, so be it.
And now to the Geth base. Expect heavy resistance.
The last batch went south. What are they looking for?
We're receiving a weak comm signal. I can't pinpoint its location for the Geth interference.
Any sign of movement? Lisbeth could still be in there. It's only been a few days. She's my daughter. I'll wait as long as I have to.
Do you have a link that explains which decisions carry over if you don't mind reading spoilers? Oh, that's no worries, Harbinger. Once I've played through the games myself, then I'll know how I feel about missing out on certain stuff. I know there's a lot to the series, but I also just want to take things one game at a time for now.
Whoever that is, they must be close to have seen us.
Forget them. We need to find the Geth.
That's close enough.
Relax, Jong. They're obviously not Geth.
Get back, Juliana. Who are you? What do you want?
I suggest you put that weapon down unless you're ready to use it.
Don't worry about him. He only cares about the company.
And you trust too easily, Juliana.
I'm just glad to see a friendly face. I thought we were the only humans left on this planet.
Fidan and some of the members of Zoo's Hope are still alive.
I thought you said they were all dead.
I said they were probably all dead.
They live, though the Geth have devastated their colony.
We know what that's like. Those damn synthetics are relentless.
Just tell me where I can find them.
You see? They're not here to save us. We should just wait for company support before we...
Ignore him. The Geth are up in the Exogeny headquarters, just a bit further along the Skyway.
Those headquarters are private property, soldier. Remove the Geth and nothing else.
I'm not interested in your company's secrets.
Commander, before you go, my daughter, Lisbeth, she's missing.
They shouldn't waste time poking around. We can do a proper accounting of our casualties after the Geth are gone.
That's my daughter you're talking about. She's still alive. I know it.
Tell me about the colony.
We established ourselves here 4 years ago. Growth was steady until the attacks. Our biggest challenge has been the lack of resources. There's just so little here of value. Still, we were making a go of it. It was even starting to feel like home.
What brought you here?
I guess I thought this would be the start of a new life. I wanted to go where I could feel like I was making a difference. Instead, everything we built is destroyed. It's very hard not to lose hope.
Tell me about the colony.
We established ourselves here. Still, we were making a go of it. It was even starting to feel like home.
Do you know what the Geth are after?
I have no idea. We certainly haven't found anything of use. Something Exogeny is keen to remind us of.
We need to recoup our expenses. It's nothing personal.
Where's your daughter, Juliana?
She was working in the Exogeny building when the attacks came.
Oh, yeah, there were several places she could hide. For a short time.
How did you get split up from the Zoo's Hope colony?
Most of us lived closer to the Exogeny building. Zoo's Hope was mostly used as a port. When the Geth hit, we scattered. Until you told us about the others, we assumed they were killed in the first wave. If we had known they were still alive, we might have attempted to join them.
What was the building used for?
Oh, yeah, we repurposed that structure to serve as headquarters for Exogeny. That's mostly offices with a number of light-duty R&D labs.
Exogeny is a master at repurposing anything and everything.
The company has to make a profit somehow, Juliana. Feros is a long way from self-sufficient.
Stay bunkered down until I find out what the Geth are after.
Of course. And please remember, if you see my daughter...
I was hoping you'd have a moment to speak with me. I've got a bit of a problem.
Everybody wants something. Hurry up about it.
Fair enough. I need to retrieve some data. It's not a big job, but it pays well.
I'm listening.
Good. Good. Poking around in the ruins has become a bit too dangerous for me.
What is it about you that makes people assume we enjoy being in harm's way?
It's not that bad, really. All you need to do is find my console at Exogeny headquarters and drop the data onto this OSD. It's that simple.
You're awfully quick to trust me with this.
Have you seen anyone else heading to Exogeny lately?
I'll look around if I get the chance.
I appreciate it. That data could be worth a lot of money. Of course, this all depends on getting out of here alive.
Do you have any idea what the Geth were looking for?
That's for smarter men than me to figure out. I have no idea what anyone would want with this ruin.
Why work in the middle of nowhere if your skills are so useful?
Maybe I've got a bit of the frontier spirit in me. That, and the alternative is a bit too secure for my liking. Freelancers don't have to worry about security as much, so long as we keep a low profile.
Tell me about the data I'm getting for you.
Plans for a few prototype mods? I'm a freelancer. Some of my mods are highly sought after.
Time to get moving.
Just keep in mind what I said.
Commander, what can I do for you?
Stay bunkered down until I find out what the Geth are after.
Of course. And please remember,
the frontier is a lot...
In a few weeks, none of the colonists will remember this planet even exists.
If I survive this, I'm going back to Earth.
I hope you can get us out of this mess.
Why build a colony?
We've been trapped for days.
We ran when the attack hit.
These people had their shot. Exogeny Corp appreciates your cooperation in securing its colonial assets.
Shut down the comm! We've got incoming Geth! Damn it! Shut down the comm!
That's okay, Spicy Chicken. I hope you have a good rest. Thanks for being here and chatting as well. I'll definitely still be streaming too. This will most likely be a long stream.
quick.
Resistance will be extremely heavy once we are inside. Typical Geth deployment. We'll need another route in. Moving out. A one-way drop, Commander Shepard.
Damn it! I'm so sorry. I thought you were Geth, or one of those Varen.
Who are you and what are you doing in here?
It's my own fault. Everyone else was running, and I stayed to back up data. Next thing I knew, the Geth ship latched on, and the power went out. I was trapped. I tried to get out, but the way was blocked.
I'll fight my way through the Geth soon enough.
It's not the Geth, it's the energy field they put up. They don't want anyone else getting access to the...
I'm here for the Geth. If you know something, tell me.
I don't know for certain, but I'm guessing they're here for the Thorian.
Thorian? What is that exactly?
It's an indigenous life form. Exogeny was studying it.
I need more information. I need to know why the Geth are after this Thorian.
I might be able to, but not with those Geth crawling around everywhere. Look, we need to get out of here, past that field.
Any suggestions?
No, not exactly. But I think the Geth ship is powering it. I've noticed the Geth laying power cables everywhere. You could follow those cables, but there's Geth all over the place.
Tell me about yourself.
I'm just a research assistant for Exogeny. I came here with my mother. I don't even know if she made it out alive.
She's with some others from the colony. She's safe for now.
She's alive? Oh, thank God. I thought I was the only one left. Please, Commander, just get that field down so I can see my mother again.
Tell me what you know about the Thorian.
I really don't know that much about it. I think it's some kind of plant being. I know it's very old. Thousands of years, even.
Why do you think the Geth would be interested in the Thorian?
It's just a plant. I don't know why the Geth would care. Exogeny was studying it, but I don't think they found anything special.
You stay put. I'll go open some doors.
Oh, here, take my ID. This should get you past any locked doors. Good luck with that field.
Oh cool, we have some new primary codex things. I'm not worried about reading the secondary ones, but the primary ones have narration.
After the Geth, Varen are omnivores with a preference for living prey. Originally native to the Krogan homeworld of Tuchanka, they are, like most life from Tuchanka, savage, clannish, and consummate survivors. They are pack hunters when vulnerable prey is readily available, and become scavengers when outnumbered or outclassed. Their supreme adaptability, vicious demeanor, and rapid breeding cycle have made them ubiquitous and dangerous pests on many worlds. Virtually everywhere the Krogan have been, Varen infestations have followed, wreaking havoc with the native ecology. The Krogan have had a love-hate relationship with Varen for millennia, alternately fighting them for territory and embracing them as treasured companions. To this day, Krogan raise them as beasts of war. One of the common subgenus of Varen has metallic silver scales, leading to the rather unusual nickname, fish dogs.
I like that, fish dogs. I just had a thought. Now, someone somewhere around the world has surely done this, but instead of hot dogs where you have like a sausage in a bun, how about you have like a fish that has been, you know, cooked, obviously, and the bones have been taken out. I mean, I personally don't like fish that still has the bones in, but if you are like me and you don't like bones in the fish, never thought of actually doing like a fish dog, like instead of a sausage that's cooked, you just have a fish that's cooked in the middle and eat it. Your mom loves fish. You like it too sometimes, but you hate the bones in them. Me too, dude. You know, like I went to someone's place one time and they were serving fish, but with the bones still in it. I spent 20 minutes trying to get the damn bones out before I could actually enjoy the damn meal, you know? So, that's one of the reasons why I like to have boneless fish.
Stupid machine! Access encrypted files! No, I don't want to review protocol.
I am unable to comply. Please contact your supervisor.
Damn it! Tell me what I want or I'll blast your virtual ass into actual dust!
Please contact your supervisor for a level 4 security exemption, or make an appointment with...
Stupid machine!
If there is nothing else, please step aside. There is a queue forming behind you for the use of this console. Exogeny Corporation reminds all staff that the discharging of weapons while on company property is strictly forbidden. Welcome back, Research Assistant Elizabeth Bainham. What can I do for you?
What information was the last user attempting to access?
Fetching data. The previous user was attempting to access details on the study of subject species 37, the Thorian.
What did you tell him?
I was unable to provide the previous user with any relevant data. Aside from lacking proper access, there has been no new data available on species 37. All sensors monitoring the observation post at Zoo's Hope have been inactive for several cycles.
What does Zoo's Hope have to do with the Thorian?
Species 37 is located within the substructure of the Zoo's Hope outpost.
Tell me everything you know about the Thorian.
The Thorian is a simple plant life form that exhibits a sentient behavior uncommon with other flora. Through dispersion and the eventual inhalation of spores, it can affect and control other organisms, including humans. The Zoo's Hope control group has yielded interesting results. Before sensors went offline, almost 85% of all test subjects were infected.
Exogeny knew all along what would happen to those people.
It was deemed necessary to assess the true potential of Species 37.
That's why they were acting so strange.
Your pilot should be warned.
Joker! Come in, Joker! Damn it! That field's blocking us.
We've got to drop that shield and get back to the outpost.
VI, tell me about the field surrounding the facility.
I have limited data on the Geth. They have effectively blocked all sensors within the facility. I have detected unusual power fluctuations, but am unable to determine the source.
Please access my personal files.
Elizabeth Bainham, Research Assistant, Biomedical Division, Security Level 4 exemption. You are currently under probation due to disagreements with management over established company policy. These sanctions may be lifted if your next evaluation is more agreeable.
What triggered the probation?
You were marked as combative about the operations of the Zoo's Hope project, specifically regarding the handling of the infected colonists. As a result, you were tasked with monitoring the safety of the colonists for the duration of the observation.
What do you know about the Geth?
I have no specifics on the Geth as they relate to this facility. All sensors have been purposely decommissioned since their arrival.
I want to know about Exogeny Corporation.
Exogeny Corporation is at the forefront of human expansion in the new galactic economy, funding colonial development and securing resource rights to ensure our progress as a species. Further inquiries regarding company policy may be directed to Consumer Information Services during regular business hours.
Who's in charge here? Who organized the research?
All decisions about local resource analysis and acquisition are made by on-site management, deferring to the board of directors only when seasonal quotas are missed or exceeded. Individual employee records are confidential.
Harbinger, you miss the ME series so much, you'll buy the Legendary Edition when it's on discount. Andromeda can fuck off. Yeah, I've kind of kept Andromeda as a maybe in the future, eventually maybe, but not committing to it kind of game. We'll just see how we go. But, do you think that they'd ever make another one? Another Mass Effect game?
Tell me about the Thorian.
Species 37 was discovered several weeks ago when a small team was infected with spores while examining ruins near the Zoo's Hope outpost. The outpost was quarantined immediately, and study of the infection began. Within 21 days, 58% of colonists exhibited altered behavior. Within 28 days, 85%.
What's the size of this thing?
The Thorian appears to be a diffused creature. Its cognitive abilities are centered in large nerve bundles, but it receives data from kilometers of meandering tendrils. We have discovered bundles approximately 1 meter in diameter, but these seem insufficient to coordinate the massive sensory potential it possesses. It may simply process such stimulation slowly, or perhaps there is a nerve cluster of a greater magnitude we have not yet encountered.
Is it intelligent? Can I reason with it?
The Thorian does not exhibit the focused behavior of a predator. The release of spores is an act of survival, not aggression. It does trigger advanced behaviors in the humans it enslaves, but we have yet to discover whether it recognizes or is capable of recognizing humans as more than tools. It is sufficiently alien as to defy classification at this time.
Do you know how the creature controls its slaves?
The will subversion manifests as intense pain if directives are ignored. The effect is severe enough that subjects are soon conditioned against even minor thoughts of rebellion. Observation suggests the Thorian views its thralls in a utilitarian way. Care is apparently taken to avoid injuring them, much as a craftsman avoids damaging his tools. As long as no action is taken against the creature's objectives, the subjects are free to pantomime a normal existence until specifically tasked with something.
Where's the center of this thing?
The Thorian is present as a weave of tendrils across much of the lower surface of Pharos. Observation of enslaved subjects suggests there may be key clusters that are tended by thralls. Unfortunately, direct observation of species 37 is limited, or non-existent.
Where's the center of this thing?
The Thorian. Unfortunately, direct observation of species 37 is limited, or non-existent.
That's enough for now.
Going to standby mode.
Harbinger, it's been 6 years since Andromeda. It's always the same. A big company, EA, buys a smaller one, BioWare, and fucks up their games. Even Mass Effect 3 has serious flaws, but it's the end of the story arc. Andromeda has nice graphics, somewhat good combat, and nothing else going for it. I see. Yeah. I mean, I've seen all of them played from start to finish, as in, you know, I've been able to see some of the game's endings and stuff, but I have seen Andromeda being played also as well. But yeah, 6 years, huh? I mean, that's not really that long ago. But yeah, I mean, unless they did like a prequel story, as in like you don't play as Shepard before the events of Mass Effect 1, but you play as another character, maybe of a different species actually, who is wanting to also be a Spectre. But then again, I guess that would be just rehashing a similar kind of story. Or maybe you could do a story about the first ever Spectre and have the character that you play as be that character that ultimately becomes the first one. Harbinger, BioWare was one of your favourite companies, developed games like Baldur's Gate, Neverwinter Nights and Dragon Age. Yeah, I didn't realise that they did Neverwinter Nights and Baldur's Gate, but that they did Dragon Age. This is probably the first game of theirs that I've actually played, though.
Hey, as soon as you go, I'm gonna find a place to hide.
You stay put. I'll go open some doors.
Good luck with that field.
Think we got him, Commander.
Enemy contact.
The Geth use these claws to anchor their ships to the sides of buildings.
I like their docking style, but how do we cut the power if it's coming from the ship?
It will be difficult. We can check the other claws for weaknesses, but the Geth are very thorough.
What is this place? Almost looks like the Geth built themselves some kind of church.
The Geth blur the line between organic and synthetic life. It's natural to assume they seek understanding from a higher power.
What is this place? Almost looks like the Geth built themselves some kind of church.
The Geth blur the line between organic and synthetic life. It's natural to assume they seek understanding from a higher power.
Hey there, Shadow Healer. How's things going? Good day to you as well. After a few seconds of downloading, you secure Gavin Hossel's design data. Yeah, I'll have to do that, Harbinger. Not right now, though. Sometimes I leave it because it's not Saturday, sometimes in other countries, but it well and truly is by now. But yeah, I'm already aware that I need to change the message. Fucking hell. Confidential. The test samples were due to arrive 3 days ago, but we haven't heard anything from the colony or the cargo vessel. We suspect the samples became volatile and recommend cutting off all further contact with the Noda Crux colony. Even if the colony is discovered, no one should be able to trace the events back there to us. So how goes the playthrough? Have you had to curse at anything today? Oh yeah. Earlier, the same button that you press to skip dialogue is also the same button that will also choose dialogue. And so I had some things there where I was choosing things I didn't want to choose because I was trying to just skip the dialogue because I'd already heard it. And in fact, I'd already done what I wanted to previously, but something went wrong before then, so I reloaded the save and then had all that issue happen. But the playthrough's going well though. I'm really enjoying the game. My main focus has been on side stuff a lot of the time, so by the very nature of doing the majority of side stuff first, it means that I've leveled up the character quite well. Oh great, this was one of those we dropped down to get to it kind of things. Not we went down a ramp. Oh well, guess we're still going this way then. I wanted to take that data back now, but I guess we can do it later.
Same as before, we don't have the ordnance to blow this claw. Let's keep looking.
Private log of Dr. Gamor. I don't trust this Cerberus group. They may pay us well, but if this gets out before we've developed an antidote, it's just not smart. They won't tell us what they want the samples for, or why they wanted them delivered to the Matano system. My records show nothing of interest out there. You find a repair ticket attached to the console. The damn door to the shuttle bay is fried again. Works fine if the PSI is 30 or lower, and the safety shutoff kicks if the PSI gets above 34. But if the PSI is in the 31 to 34 zone, the door slams down with enough power to shear through a metal I-beam. Somebody fix this before one of my team loses an arm in that thing. Alright. So it's one of those things. Assignments. That's cool.
I doubt anyone...
Alright, fuck it, looking up a guide. Okay, 17, 11 and 5.
Very good. The field barring the exit will be down. Now we can go deal with the Storian creature.
This was my kind of mission. Kill a bunch of Geth and end things off with a huge crash.
I hope that ship was full of those Geth bastards.
I repeat, Normandy to shore party. Are you reading? Anyone there? Normandy to shore party. Come on, Commander, talk to me.
Is that you, Joker? What's going on over there?
We're in lockdown here, Commander. Something happened to the colonists. They're banging on the hull, trying to claw their way inside the ship. They're freaking out.
Keep those colonists away from the Normandy. Gun them down if you have to.
Will do, Commander. We'll fire off a few warning shots. That should send them running.
We're leaving, but let's rid this place of those damn synthetics before we go.
Hippie thank you so much for contributing the 2,000 points to the Assassin's Creed 2 100 Feathers for annual 2023 challenge. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. How much you didn't know that there was a new challenge goal? Yeah, I actually set it up after I finished streaming AC1 yesterday. And thank you as well, Harbinger, for contributing 2,000 to that as well. Thank you very much. Shadow, feel like number 2 is the problem. Yeah, in this case it was just like, fuck it. Look up a guide just to make it quicker. At least I tried, gave it a few attempts. Shadow Healer, thank you as well for contributing the 2,000 points to that community goal. Thank you very much. Oh no, not yet, Hippie T, no. I mean, after I finished the stream of Assassin's Creed 1, I set up that challenge goal for Assassin's Creed 2. Still have a lot to go. I've made a dent in the flag collection, but there's still heaps left. So it'll probably take me another 2 or 3 or 4 streams, I think, to get the whole playthrough done. Jeez, I hate when you have mazes when there shouldn't be. Here we go. Shadow, if you'd donate more if you'd let me. Well, it's not something I can control, Shadow. You can only actually do a maximum of 2,000 points. They won't let people put more on it. Next challenge. Rod dresses up as a Terminator for 100,000 channel points. Yeah, it's cool to have those community challenges. This year I wanted to actually do a lot of them as the year goes through, so that's my second one ever. The first one was to get all flags in Assassin's Creed 1.
There you are. We should get out of here. I don't think this place is safe.
Harbinger has Arnie's voice for the entire stream. Nah, I couldn't do that. Okay, thanks for redeeming that, Shadow. The Assassin's Creed character quote. Yep, it's 2,000 per day, so we have some time until Rod starts AC2. Yeah, I think he'll probably get met before then. The same thing happened with the Assassin's Creed one as well. To collect all flags. It was only like 2 days max, I think, or 2 to 3 days, and it was met. Okay, so I've got one. Okay, so information? I'm a bartender, for Christ's sake. We know who you are, what you are. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't play coy with me. There isn't time. You're an assassin. You've got something my employers want, locked away in that head of yours. Bastards! In a few short months, my life changed forever. I know my easiest days are behind me, but I don't want them back. Not now. My name is Desmond Miles, and I am an assassin. I am an assassin. So that's from Assassin's Creed Revelations, when you're doing the Desmond Journeys content. That's one of his quotes from that. If you don't know if Rod has ever done a cam stream, so even if he dresses up as Terminator, would never know. Yeah, it's funny, sometimes someone said, oh, I can't remember what it was in relation to, but someone said, like, next thing you know, you'll become a hot tub streamer. And I jokingly said, how do you know that for the past 6 years of streaming, I haven't been sitting in a hot tub while streaming? I haven't, but that would never happen anyway.
You said you didn't know about the Thorian. I don't like being lied to.
I was afraid. I wanted to stop the tests, but they threatened me. Told me I'd be next. When the Geth attacked, I stayed behind to send a message to Colonial Affairs. I tried to tell them where to find the Thorian, but the power cut before I could send the message. I never meant for this to happen.
Just tell me where I can find the Thorian. No more lies.
The Thorian is underneath Zoo's Hope, but the entrance is blocked. The colonists covered it with the freighter just before the Geth attacked.
What bothers me is why the Geth were after the Thorian in the first place.
Well, it does have unique mind control capabilities. That's what Exogeny was interested in.
Normandy to shore party, come in.
What is it, Joker?
We're getting a lot of Geth comm chatter. Looks like they're headed your way.
You heard the man. Let's move out.
I'm coming with you. I might be able to help. Undo the mess I helped create. About?
All this rubble must be cover for snipers.
Arcanum of Pharaoh's colony. Please help us.
That's my mom! Stop! Stop the rover!
Securing point.
You can't do this, Jong.
Everyone shut up! Let me think.
What's going on?
You won't get away with this.
Get her out of here!
Get away from her, you son of a bitch!
Lisbeth!
Damn it! Come out where I can see you! All of you! Shepard, damn it. I knew it was too much to hope the Geth would kill you. I found some interesting facts about you in the exogeny database. I know what you did on Torfin. There's no reason for this to get bloody.
Not this time, Jong. You need to back down and let them go.
You don't understand. It's not that easy. Communications are back up. Exogeny wants this place purged.
This is a human colony, Jong. You can't just repurpose us.
It's not just you. There's something here far more valuable than a few colonists.
Are you gonna tell them about the Thorian, or should I?
The what?
It's a telepathic life form living under Zeus' Hope. It's taking control of the colonists there. Exogeny knew all along.
You won't get away with this, Jong.
So you keep saying, but nobody's gonna miss a few colonists.
Hehehe. Well, this piece of shit is gonna get the renegade treatment.
You're a bean counter, Jong. I'm a Spectre. Tell me, how good are those odds?
Spectre, it's a load of crap. There aren't any human specters. Right?
Is that really a chance you're willing to take, Jong?
Exogeny will send more assayers. They'll know what happened.
Tell them the Geth destroyed the Thorian.
Yeah, but the infected colonists can't be here when the company men come.
You can't just kill the colonists. It's not their fault.
If you kill only the Thorian, it might be enough to stop the infection. Maybe.
Anything hostile will be eliminated.
There has to be another way.
Maybe there is. Come and talk to me before you leave, Commander.
Just make sure there's no evidence when you're done.
Nice, 27 renegade points. That's cool. Alright, so we're over halfway in the third bar for Renegade. However, do you still remember going to internet cafes back then to play Mass Effect 1, 2 and 3 because the PC I had at home was just for basic stuff. So you want to buy the games, you owe it to the series after so many hours. Oh wow, Harbinger, that would have been a lot of internet cafe use that you would have had to do. But that's the thing, right? Like, when there's situations like that, you just do what you need to have to do. Alright, let's increase combat armor. Sight rifles. Don't want to spend all my points. For Shepard, that is.
Any luck finding my workstation out in the ruins?
I managed to find the data and transfer it to your OSD.
That's very good news indeed. Thank you.
Just give me my credits and I'll be on my way.
You bet. Thanks for all your help, Commander.
Alright, so that's that side mission done. Feros data recovery. Alright, so as for assignments, that should be all the ones on Pharos. There's ones I'm not completing because I don't want any Paragon points at all. So that is Pharos data recovery done. Geth in the tunnels is another one that you get Paragon for, so not doing it. Power cells, Varen meat, and water restoration. Alright, cool. So that's all the available side missions on Pharos. Harbinger, you've mentioned it before, you finished Mass Effect 2 and 3 on Insanity 3 to 4 times each. Basically, if you're not behind cover, you are dead. Yeah, that's the thing. It reminds me of the Gears of War games. If you play on the highest difficulty, you can't really stick your head out for that long outside of cover before it gets blown off and you're dead. Shadow, do you lose any Renegade points if you do a Paragon mission? I think, Harbinger, you said that it doesn't happen that way, does it? That you won't lose any Renegade points if you do a Paragon mission? It just gives you, you know, the Paragon points, which would then give you more options. So you'd, I imagine you'd have the blue option for text. Like in that situation we saw with that dude and how I chose the red text. That's the Renegade option once you have enough Renegade points. And then I think blue is Paragon.
It's almost time, isn't it? Maybe we can free our friends after all. I have to help them. It's my fault this happened.
I'm glad you've decided to help us. I think there's a way to avoid killing the colonists.
You got 1 minute.
I think you could safely use a nerve agent to neutralize the colonists.
Like a gas grenade.
Releasing clouds of nerve gas doesn't seem like a particularly good idea.
It's not like it's weapons grade. The insecticide we use in the grow labs contains trace amounts of tetraclopine, a neuromuscular degenerator. If their nervous systems are already weakened, it may act as a paralyzing agent.
If we must consider it, drop it in a concussion grenade.
Sounds good. I'll do what I can.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Commander.
We'll stay out of your way until you clear a path.
Nope, not doing it. Gave me Paragon points. I don't want Renegade Shepherd to have any Paragon points whatsoever.
You shouldn't be wasting time. Deal with the Thorian.
It's almost time, isn't it? Maybe we can free our
Fucking prompt.
I'm glad you've decided to help us. I think there's a way to avoid killing the colonists.
You got 1 minute.
I think you could safely use
like a gas grenade.
I'm not stopping to ask them to breathe deeply.
How can it hurt to try? Please, Commander. These are our friends.
I'm not doing it.
At least take the grenades, so you have the option.
My men will keep everyone safe here. If you're going, it should be soon.
We'll stay out of your way until you clear a path. Good luck.
That's better. Renegade points. And I won't choose to actually help them, because most likely we'll get Paragon points from doing that. Not a new save. Jesus Christ. Like, do I have to wait 5 minutes to wait for the game to fucking recognize I've already pressed the fucking button to go down? Really? Sometimes it's not quick to respond to you pressing your buttons. Like some games has like a millisecond of a delay that you gotta wait before you can actually see what you've pressed have a result on screen. Harbinger, you could have had maxed Paragon and Renegade if you had enough dialogue options. Oh, I see, yeah. You're such a hoarder. You don't think you did much of deconstructing weapons? You think... Shadow, you're such a hoarder. You don't think you did much of deconstructing weapons. You think you either sold them or kept them as long as you can. Yeah, I'm kind of like, I'll keep whatever I can until the point that I want to actually have a look. So a lot of the time when I'm looting stuff, I just want to loot as much as possible and then think about later what I've actually gotten and what I want to get rid of and what I want to actually just break down for materials versus what I want to get rid of and what I want to keep, of course.
All this rubble makes good cover for snipers.
It does. It'd be good if the prompt to get in the vehicle wasn't reliant on the fucking prompt being on screen.
These rooms are crawling and burning.
Just being near the fucking object should be enough. Yeah, good idea. Get out of the vehicle.
thing was not one of the colonists. No amount of infection could have done that.
Wipe everything out, huh? So Harbinger, question. With the option of wipe everything out, there's a bug that the wiki mentions that can happen if you have it set so that Shepard's squad mates will actually shoot everything. And carefully the colonists, obviously, they won't shoot the colonists. Looking at the wiki further in this mission, it mentions nothing about whether you get Paragon points or anything for making this decision. As in, making this decision doesn't ultimately give you any Paragon points or anything like that down the line, that I can see anyway without looking up multiple missions down the track. So my question is, my option here, if I choose this, I'll still be able to shoot the colonists if I want to, won't I? Because it does mention something in the mission about being able to shoot colonists instead of using the grenade to knock them out. Do you think this dialogue option doesn't affect what you can do, but it has been 10 years? Oh, that's fair enough, Harbinger. Well, I'm just going to go with this option anyway, and then I can change my mind if the game lets me.
No hitting the colonists, even if the Thorian makes them fire on us. That's what the gas grenades are for.
As you would have it, Commander Shepard.
Because, I mean, I don't want a bug to happen that could potentially fuck things up as well, so there's that. Oh yeah, that's fair enough too as well, Harbinger.
tried to fight it, but it gets in your head. You can't imagine the pain. I was supposed to be their leader. These people trusted me. It wants me to stop you, but I won't. I won't!
Okay, game, where's his dead body? What? Yeah, Harbinger rip colonists. Shoot first, ask questions later. Fuller, hi all. Are colonists really people anyway? The ultimate question. Fuller, the dev who made the cover mechanic, is crying. That's true, yeah. I guess because my level of my character is up so high this early in the story that I don't really care about covering. Level 22, and this is only really the... What main mission is it? It's only the 4th main mission out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 8. And I've done so many side missions. Like all these side missions below these orange ones. So I've been doing a lot of that as well. So my priority has been side quests and then main missions. Alright. So. When was that? Was that before? I don't want any Paragon points. All colonists alive. Yep, so that's when that was. I bet you the autosave is once we got down the fucking stairs. Oh my fucking god. I did not want any fucking Paragon points for this playthrough. Well, I guess there's no way to kill those 4 colonists because the game's despawned their fucking bodies out of the fucking bloody game world. Because of course it fucking would. Well, I shot myself in the foot there, didn't I? Didn't want to have any fucking Paragon points at all through the whole fucking playthrough. And now I've got fucking Paragon points. Jesus fucking Christ. This is what I get for thinking there's degrees of something, you know? Like, I thought maybe if I only save some, but not all, I wouldn't get any Paragon points. But because I've got 4 left alive, and there's no fucking bloody way, it's like, fuck. Sasha, can you avoid Paragon points? Yeah, I should have killed all the colonists, but the guide said there's a bug if you do. And so I was like, oh, I better not activate the bug, but maybe if I don't kill everyone, but only kill quite a lot and leave only a few, then that would do something, but of course not. But yeah, there's no... the autosave is after I've gotten the Paragon points. The manual save is after I saw that cutscene with the dude, so there's no way I can not get the Paragon points now. So I'm just gonna have to fucking accept it. It's a shame you can't lose Paragon points once you fucking have them. It'd be best if you can say all of them are Paragon. Yeah. Should have fucking nuked the site from orbit. It's the only way to be fucking sure. Fucking Paragon points. Fucking Renegade, not a fucking Paragon.
All right, we just need to find this creature and determine what it... Kila. What is that?
Nothing's ever simple, is it?
Invaders, your every step is a transgression. 1,000 feelers appraise you as meat, good only to dig or decompose. I speak for the old growth as I did for Saren. You are within and before the Thorian. It commands that you be in awe.
Sasha, it would be nice for some of your actions to lose Paragon points. It well and truly would be, for sure. You'd think that there was a way. Maybe something like that could exist in our oceans. Deep sea creatures are weird. Well, that's true. I mean, they haven't actually charted every single part of the ocean around the whole world. You know, so who knows what we haven't discovered yet, because we don't have the technology yet to actually go down that far. Howard, you won't tell anyone you got Paragon points if you don't. Yeah, it's just frustrating, you know, because the guide said if you kill them all, there's a bug, right? So number one, I was like, I don't want a bug to happen. Number two, I thought, oh yeah, if I kill a lot but only leave a few, maybe that will actually not give me any Paragon points. But no, saving a few still gives you Paragon points. It's like, what fucking ever.
You enslaved the colonists. You destroyed their minds. I don't know what Saren wanted with you, but I just want you dead.
The Thorian is a piece of this world, extending across the land and back through the ages. You can no more kill it than cut the sky.
Your blood will feed the ground and then you will grow!
Fuller, this is why bug fixes are the first mods you use in games, often the only mods. Yeah, if you're playing PC you can, but this is console version.
I'm free. I suppose I should thank you for releasing me.
How do I know this isn't some kind of trick?
This is no trick. The Thorian is dead, and I am myself again. My name is Shiala. I served Matriarch Benezia. When she allied herself with Saren, so did I. Benezia foresaw the influence Saren would have. She joined him to guide him down a gentler path. But Saren is compelling. Benezia lost her way.
You chose to side with Saren. So did Matriarch Benezia.
Benezia underestimated Saren, as I did. We came to believe in his cause and his goals. The strength of his influence is troubling.
She tried to manipulate Saren, but in the end, her plan backfired.
Asari matriarchs are among the most intelligent and powerful beings in the galaxy. How could one fall under Saren's control?
Saren has a vessel, an enormous warship unlike anything I've ever seen. He calls it Sovereign. It can dominate the minds of his followers. They become indoctrinated to Saren's will. The process is subtle. It can take days, weeks, but in the end, it is absolute. I was a willing slave when Saren brought me to this world. He needed my biotics to communicate with the Thorian, to learn its secrets. Saren offered me in trade. I was sacrificed to secure an alliance between Saren and the Thorian.
I didn't fully know. No, I didn't actually realize. The only thing that I actually experienced of her work was The Last of Us, but didn't know that she was who played Tess. And I didn't actually see much of 24, or haven't even seen Picard. But yeah, that's only really young, 45 years old. To a 20-year-old, that might seem like old, but when people can live to like 90 or 100, that's pretty young.
That's what you get for trusting Saren.
Saren is quick to betray his followers, and his allies. Once he had what he needed, he ordered his Geth to destroy the Thorian. Saren knows you are searching for the conduit. He knows you are following his steps. He attacked the Thorian so you could not gain the cipher.
What's the cipher? And why did Saren need it?
The beacon on Eden Prime gave you visions. But the visions are unclear, confusing. They were meant for a Prothean mind. To truly comprehend them, you must think like a Prothean. You must understand their culture, their history, their very existence. The Thorian was here long before the Protheans built this city. It watched and studied them. When they died, it consumed them. They became a part of it.
Just give me some plain answers. Where is the cipher?
The cipher is the very essence of being a Prothean. It cannot be described or explained. It would be like describing color to a creature without eyes. To understand, you must have access to endemic ancestral memory, a viewpoint spanning thousands of Prothean generations. I sensed this ancestral memory, the cipher, when I melded with the Thorian. Our identities merged, our minds intertwined. Such knowledge cannot be taught. It simply exists.
You taught Saren, you can teach me.
There is a way. I can transfer the knowledge from my mind to yours, as I did with Saren. Try to relax, Commander. Slow, deep breaths. Let go of your physical shell. Reach out to grasp the threads that bind us, one to another. Every action sends ripples across the galaxy. Every idea must touch another mind to live. Each emotion must mark another's spirit. We are all connected. Every living being united in a single glorious existence. Open yourself to the universe, Commander. Embrace eternity. I have given you the cipher, just as it was given to Saren. The ancestral memories of the Protheans are part of you now.
What was that? Commander Shepard, are you all right?
Yeah, Fuller, a Vulcan mind meld. I didn't even realize there was actually an emote for that either. That's cool. Hippie, this feels scary. I didn't realize that there was some really cool horror stuff in Mass Effect. But it's right up my alley, that's for sure. Love horror stuff. Now this to me wouldn't be a Renegade response. A Renegade response would be, I'm fine. Let's just keep moving. Not, she messed up my mind.
All I saw were more weird visions. It still didn't make sense.
You have been given a great gift. The experience of an entire people. It will take time for your mind to process this information.
You look a little unsteady, Commander. Perhaps you should return to the Normandy.
I am sorry if you have suffered, but there was no other way. You needed the cipher. In time, it will help you understand the vision from the beacon.
Until, of course, I chose the option, and then the dialogue that it actually says is nothing like what the wording of the fucking option was, of course.
I want to know more about you.
There is nothing remarkable about me. I was merely one of Matriarch Benezia's disciples. For nearly 2 centuries, I followed her, learning at her feet. When Benezia revealed her plan to join Saren, she gave her disciples a choice. Only those who were willing had to follow her. Many felt her plan was too dangerous. But I believed in her. I thought she could turn Saren away from his insanity. Instead, we joined him in it.
Is there anything else you can tell me about the Thorian?
When the creature enveloped me, I became part of it, but I still don't truly understand it. So alien, so ancient. Its exact age is impossible to know. It measured time differently. 10,000 years of hibernation broken by a few frantic centuries of activity. Its mind was awesome, magnificent. It transcended all classification. And now it is gone.
The galaxy's a better place with that thing dead and gone.
The Thorian was a unique life form. A sentient being that lived for 50,000 years, maybe more. There is nothing even remotely like it in the known galaxy. I am grateful you saved me from a life of thraldom. Yet I cannot help but feel some sorrow for the loss of such a rare and remarkable creature.
Well, Renegade Shepard does not give a fuck.
What else can you tell me about Saren?
There is little I could tell you that you do not already know. He's powerful, he's charismatic, and he is dangerous. Once I followed him, blind to his true nature. But now I see he's leading the galaxy into an age of darkness and suffering.
Full Mass Effect does that, yeah. There's a lot of games that do that too. Because there have been some Renegade options as well, that the text seems Renegade, but then when you actually hear the dialogue, the character is a bit too sympathetic and empathetic in the way that they respond, which is not, to me, what to me, a Paragon version of Shepard would be more sympathetic. A Renegade wouldn't be, you know, so sometimes it goes the other way. You read the option and think it's going to be a Renegade option, but it turns out to be more like a Paragon style of response. Mass Effect, it don't affect Annie, that's for sure. Annie got too much Maz to be affected. Thanks for redeeming that. That's a good one as well. I like it.
I want to know more about Benezia.
Benezia was greatly respected among our people. A powerful biotic, even for an Asari. She was widely known as a teacher of philosophy and religion. She always sought the paths of peace and harmony. She joined with Saren because she hoped to turn him away from his path of destruction.
Instead, she became one of his most powerful allies.
As I mentioned before, Matriarch Benezia underestimated Saren. Be sure you do not make the same mistake.
Tell me more about this ship Saren has.
Sovereign is alien. I do not know how it was built or where it comes from. Its design does not match that of any known spacefaring species. It dwarfs any vessel in the Citadel or Alliance fleets. Its weapons are devastating, its defenses virtually impenetrable. With it, Saren believes he is unstoppable.
You said Saren uses it to manipulate his followers.
The indoctrination. There is an energy about Sovereign. You feel drawn to the ship. It makes Saren's arguments more persuasive, more compelling. Spend enough time in Sovereign's presence and you will lose yourself. There is no other way to explain it.
You were allied with Saren. For all I know, you still are. I can't just let you walk away.
Your suspicions are understandable, but you freed me from the Thorian and from Saren. I am on your side now. If you allow it, I would like to stay here with the colonists. They have suffered greatly, and I played a role in their suffering. I would like to make amends.
You change sides too often. I have no choice. You must die.
So be it. If this is the fate you feel I deserve, then I will not resist.
That's the Renegade Shepherd way.
I can't believe it. Jong says we'll have all the money we need to keep this place running. It's because of you, Shepard. I can't thank you enough.
And that's better, getting more Renegade points. Achievement unlocked, Medal of Heroism. Complete Feros.
Ships are already on their way here with supplies.
Thank you so much. Now Exogeny will pour the money in. We'll be able to rebuild and then some.
Can we kill him now? No, of course not. Fucking Paragon points. For those that don't know, I've been trying to play through this game without getting any Paragon points. Now I know it doesn't take away your Renegade points, but I wanted to play a true Renegade Shepherd where I don't even get any Paragon points. But I was reading a guide on the wiki and it said that if you kill all the colonists, a bug can happen. So I was like, okay, I'll just kill the majority of them but leave, you know, a few left. So I left 4 alive, but of course that still gave me Paragon points. I was like, fuck. And the only 2 save files I had was the autosave, which happened after I realized I got the Paragon points, and the other save was a manual one that I made after the cutscene where you see the dude kill himself, and then, you know, it's too late by that point as well, because I'd already knocked out some of them.
Oh, I hope the new money doesn't spoil this place.
So it's just like, ugh. I want to wipe the taste of Paragon points out of my mouth. See, look at that. I could have had a whole playthrough with that not filled in. Ah, well. As an aside, if I was playing this the way that I normally do play these games with kind of like a morality thing, I wouldn't have killed that character. But for this Renegade playthrough, I wanted to be as true to that style as possible. Why is it still telling me there's codec stuff for that? Okay, now it's not. That's good.
Faster than light drives use elements. Sovereign is the flagship of the rogue Spectre's Saren. An enormous dreadnought larger than any other ship in any known fleet, it is crewed with both Geth and Krogan. At 2 kilometers long, its spinal-mounted main gun is likely capable of penetrating another dreadnought's kinetic barriers with a single shot. How Saren acquired this incredible warship is unknown. The prevailing opinion is that Sovereign is a Geth construct, while others believe it is a Prothean relic. Its design, however, hints at a more alien and mysterious origin. The attack on Eden Prime demonstrated Sovereign's ability to generate mass effect fields powerful enough to land on a planetary surface. This implies it has a massive Element Zero core and the ability to generate staggering amounts of power.
colony saved. That's not what a renegade would do. The renegade would be like, fuck the colony, let them all die. If only there was a way to reverse that later. just nuke it from orbit. Anyway, I just have to accept that that's the outcome I got and just move on. Alright, so if I go back up the top, you have Feros. Let's make a note as well. Alright, now I can add that to the list of missions that I've completed.
Thanks, Commander. It's great to be free again.
Fully, you could scrap the playthrough, throw the console out the window, burn your house down and become a monk. Always remember you have options. If it was early in the game, and that happened with the Paragon points, I probably would have just started from scratch again, but this far into the game, yeah. Let's keep on going. But yeah, that would be a bit of an extreme reaction. It's like, stop sneaking up on me like that. That returns to the Normandy. Anything this way I might have missed before? If I do another Renegade playthrough in the future, at least I can remember. And I'll take the chance with the bug happening. That apparently can happen if you kill all the things. Colonists. But then again, putting my mind in that of Renegade Shepherd, she would see them as just expendable.
Stand by, shore party. Decontamination in progress.
Don't tell Renegade Shepherd what to do. She won't stand by. She'll run around like that. Thank you very much.
Commander, you look pale. Are you suffering any ill effects from the cipher?
Fully, yep, an early manual save and see if the bug happens. Exactly, yeah. That way, if it does, it's just like, yep, I got that up my sleeve.
My brain's been scrambled like an egg. How do you think I feel?
I might be able to help you. I am an expert on the Protheans. If I join my consciousness to yours, maybe we can make some sense of it.
Nobody's messing with my head anymore. I'm sick of dealing with these visions.
I understand your reluctance, Commander. But the visions are already there. I only want to help you make sense of them. It may be the only way to stop Saren.
Make it fast. Time's a-wasting.
Relax, Commander. Embrace eternity. That was incredible. All this time, all my research, yet I never dreamed. I am sorry. The images were so vivid. I never imagined the experience would be so intense. You are remarkably strong-willed, Commander. What you have been through, what you have seen, would have destroyed a lesser mind.
Did you see anything?
The beacon on Eden Prime must have been badly damaged. Large parts of the vision are missing. The data transferred into the Commander's mind is incomplete.
You sure you didn't come across any kind of clue or hint? Something we might have missed?
Everything I saw, you already know. You were right about the Reapers. The Protheans were destroyed by a race of sentient machines. I think it is obvious there is a connection between the Reapers, the Prothean extinction, and the Conduit, but I did not see anything that would help us find it.
Follow the RSCs inside Shepard's mind. It's just images of Shepard stabbing everyone. Especially Renegade Shepard, that's for sure. That would be what the response is.
Looks like we're back where we started.
Quite the opposite, Commander. I think my knowledge of the Protheans will prove useful before this is over. I was able to interpret the data relayed through your vision, what was there at least, but something was missing. Saren must have the missing information. Maybe he found another beacon. If we can find the missing data from your vision, I can... Oh. I am sorry. The joining is exhausting. I should go to the medical bay and lie down for a moment.
You sure it was the joining? I feel fine.
Your role in our communion is passive. I am the one who must submerge myself in your mind, drown myself in your thoughts. It is more difficult than it looks. The human subconscious instinctively resists the joining, Commander. A strong personality like yours makes it even harder.
We're done here. Dismissed.
I've sent off the Pharos report, Commander. You want me to patch you through to the Council?
Patch him through, Joker.
Setting up the link now, Commander.
Commander, is this some kind of game? Are you calling in a report just so you can cut us off again?
Don't piss me off and I won't disconnect you.
You don't make demands on us, Shepard. Spectres answer to the Council, not the other way around.
Goodbye, Counselor.
That never gets old, does it?
It's like two can play at that game, Council. Fuller is a renegade femshep femigade. That's a good way to put it, actually. Put it all together. A femigade playthrough. Playing as female Shepard as a renegade. Yeah, it's like coward. Alright, so there's some side missions. How come we didn't take the first disconnect option? I was curious as to see what was going to be said, but then when they had that response I was like, nope, disconnect again. Alright, investigate samples. Matano system Maroon Sea cluster. Nodocrux is located in the Vostok system of the Maroon Sea cluster. Alright.
Good timing, Commander. We got a transmission coming in from the Citadel. Top priority clearance.
I'll take it in the comm room.
Commander Shepard, we've received information that may be critical to your mission against Saren.
You didn't seem that interested in helping me before. Why now?
The Council agreed that Saren was dangerous, Commander. That was why we made you a Spectre. We only balked at unleashing the full force of the Citadel fleet against him.
Nobody on the Council wants to see you fail, so we contacted you with this latest information.
We've received an urgent message from one of our infiltration regiments in the Traverse.
I'm listening.
We currently have several infiltration units scattered throughout the border regions of Citadel space. This particular unit was gathering intel on Saren.
I don't like being kept in the dark.
We can't have you racing around the galaxy chasing false leads, Commander. We only contacted you because we feel this may be significant.
Unfortunately, the message we received was little more than static. The infiltration team must be in a situation where they can't set up proper interstellar communications. But the message was sent on a channel reserved for mission-critical communications. Whatever they were trying to tell us, we know it was important. Considering your interest in Saren, we thought you might want to investigate this. Find out what happened to our team. The signal originated from the planet Virmire.
I'll look into it.
The Council prefers not to become involved in the specifics of Spectre activities. We only want you to be aware of all your options, including Virmire. Good luck, Commander Shepard. We will keep you advised if we learn anything else.
Full of alone is good old Armin Shimmerman, DS9 Buffy. Is it? Okay. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with the ins and outs of those shows. Alright, so they're main missions. Okay. Now it's time to actually get to what I wanted to do. Alright, as I usually do, go over the planets, read about them, and then any that can be surveyed, I survey. Any that can be landed, I make note, and then when I'm ready to, at a later time, I'll land there. Alright, so we have the Maroon Sea Matano, this planet Supai. Supai has the composition of an ice dwarf planet, but is unusually large for such a body. It has a trace atmosphere of krypton and xenon. The frozen surface is dotted with deposits composed of potassium and light metals, brought to the surface by cryovolcanic processes. Supai's ice surface was often used as a source of potable water by passing merchant vessels. Since the Alliance claimed the inner system world of Chaska, satellites placed in orbit automatically bill any vessel landing on the world for the massive water removed from the surface. ExoGeni has had a difficult time keeping these satellites operational. They often meet with accidents caused by impact with jettisoned ship debris. Light metal surveyed. While scanning this planet, you detect a large deposit of magnesium. Alright, next planet, Inti. Inti is a terrestrial planet with an atmosphere composed of ammonia and helium. Its surface is mainly composed of sodium oxide with deposits of magnesium. Its density is rather low, leaving the planet tide-locked to Metano. Inti is an unremarkable world, drawing little more than a cursory scan for surface pirate anchorages when Alliance patrols enter the system. Apo. A craggy world of igneous and basaltic mountains, Apo is racked by constant geologic activity. While volcanic hotspots are rare, continental plates are constantly piling up new mountains, subducting old ones or causing slips along transform faults. Apo has a dense atmosphere composed of nitrogen and carbon monoxide. Due to the constant earthquakes and landslide activity, surface exploration is not advised. The rubble-covered wrecks of a half-dozen expeditionary ships stand in mute testament to the planet's instability. Chaska. Okay, that one has landing possible, but I'm not ready to land on it. Chaska is a large but low-density world, fundamentally similar to its inner neighbour Inti. Like Inti, Chaska is tidally locked to Metano. The same side always faces the sun, resulting in a scorching day side and a frozen night side. In the temperate areas around the Terminator, temperatures average around 30 Celsius. Combined with a nitrogen-oxygen atmosphere, this slender band of habitable terrain allows limited colonization by humans. Chaska's ring is unique. It appears to be, for lack of a better term, a massive piece of alien installation art. The rings are made of small pieces of synthetic material and are almost invisible from space. From the ground, they catch and scatter the light of Metano in picturesque ways. It is not known who created the ring or when. Chaska is very early development with little more than a few pioneer teams scattered across the surface. Information is being collated about native hazards and ecology, while a massive colonist recruiting drive is gearing up back on Earth. Unknown metallic asteroid. This would be related to that side mission. Metal-rich asteroid. Ah, it's just a surveyable thing. Cool. A metal-rich asteroid. Heavy metal surveyed. While scanning this asteroid field, you discovered a large deposit of plutonium. Of platinum, I mean. Ilapa. Ilapa is a hydrogen-helium gas giant with an unusual ruby color caused by contaminants in the atmosphere. The world has over 120 moons, one of the highest totals of all known systems. Once full development of Chaska colony begins, a helium-3 refining infrastructure will be developed in the Ilapa system, concentrated on the large ice moon of Konaraya. Alright, so that's all the planets covered in Metano. Vostok. Fuller, there was a crossover with No Man's Sky a couple of years ago, so you have the Normandy in NMS. Oh, that's kind of cool, especially if you're a fan of both. That way you get the benefit of enjoying something from the other franchise, being in one that you also like. Never actually played No Man's Sky. Was that only a was that only a multiplayer only game, or did they actually have a single player campaign? Klamathu. Klamathu has a reducing atmosphere of methane and nitrogen. The surface is hot and mainly composed of sodium with deposits of uranium. In terms of size and orbit, Klamathu is a virtual twin of Earth, but utterly lacks life. Alco. The geological properties of Alco have been scanned from orbit, but little else is known about it. A fairly typical mixed outer system terrestrial of rock and ice. Alco has a trace atmosphere of krypton and xenon. Its crust is composed of silicates and water ice with deposits of aluminum. Unregistered starship traffic has been recorded in the vicinity of this planet. Travel is not advised. Now we have Pataiton. A rather small hydrogen-helium gas giant, Pataiton's atmosphere contains large quantities of chlorine. Matriarch's writings recovered. Scans of Pataiton revealed a strange unmanned vessel in orbit around the planet. Tali brought it on board and determined it was Asari-made, but very old. She discovered several ancient artifacts inside the vessel, including one of Matriarch Dillinaga's writings. Now we have Notocrux.
Looks like we've got an active distress beacon on the planet below, Commander. No message, just a locator signal.
Alright, we'll be landing on this soon, but not straight away. Notocrux is a verdant world, with abundant water, temperate climate, a thick nitrogen-oxygen atmosphere, and a rich ecosystem. It would seem to be perfect for life. The relatively high percentage of oxygen makes humans feel energized and alive, though it has also allowed insect analogues to grow to frightful sizes. Unfortunately, Notocrux is a case of almost, not quite. Thunderstorms are as common as on Earth, but in Notocrux's thicker oxygen-rich atmosphere they are deafening and spark constant wildfires. More damning, however, are the large and ubiquitous tufts of pollen that float on the high-pressure air. In humans and other oxygen-breathing species, they cause severe or lethal allergic reactions. That's everything there. Now, Caspian. Prince Caspian. Alright. Alma Crux. Alma Crux. Oh, Alma, not Alma. Alma Crux has an atmosphere of methane and ethane. Despite its great distance from Caspian, the energetic young star heats the surface almost temperate levels. Thick ground fogs are common at the Terminator, where water ice frozen during the long dark night meets the warm air masses from the dayside. The crust is mainly composed of copper with deposits of sodium. Alma Crux's abundant water and relatively mild temperature and gravity have placed it on the short list of terraforming candidate worlds. However, there is significant opposition from eco-ethics groups who assert that Alma Crux's primitive methanotrophic bacteria may be a precursor to a full-fledged native ecology. Right, we have Antida. Antida is a standard hydrogen-helium gas giant. Its atmosphere is darkened by traces of sodium. It is one of relatively few planets known with an orbital period of more than a millennium. Turian insignia recovered. Scans of Antida revealed a group of defunct turrets orbiting the planet. The recon team carefully retrieved one of the turrets and brought it on board. Tali dismantled the weapon and found it was marked with a Carthan outpost insignia. MSV Cornucopia. Okay, so this one we can board, but not straight away. The Cornucopia is a Kowloon-class modular conveyor of human design. While obviously adrift, the Cornucopia is not broadcasting any distress call. Plotanka. Plotanka is a large but low-density terrestrial world with an atmosphere of nitrogen and carbon monoxide. Its crust is composed of sulfur and unremarkable silicates. Occasional deposits of heavy metals, usually the result of meteor strikes, dot the surface. High-speed winds, powered by the hot blue star Caspian, present a constant hazard. Atmospheric entry is hazardous and EVAs are discouraged. Heavy metal surveyed. Scans from orbit have detected a small deposit of iridium. And now we have Virmire. Virmire has a trace atmosphere of carbon dioxide and helium. The surface is mainly composed of silica laced with iron oxides, indicating the world had an oxygenated atmosphere at some time in the past. Given the relative youth of the blue star Caspian and the significant gravity well of Virmire, this must have occurred with astonishing swiftness, perhaps as a result of some cataclysmic event. Further research is required. Heavy metal surveyed. Scans from orbit have detected a large deposit of gold. In a world without gold, we might have been heroes. Okay, so that covers all those in the Maroon Sea. Alright, if I have a look at journal and assignments. Let's see. While on Pharos. Alright, so that's the Maroon Sea cluster. Oh yeah, so that's for that one. Alright. Although having said that, if you want to team up with some friends, you can co-op the entire game. No Man's Sky is a single-player game. There are missions that you can play co-op if you like or solo them. You can turn off networking and entirely single-player. Oh, cool. Oh, that's good. Yeah, because I've heard about it, of course, but I'd never actually played it, or even, to be honest, looked anything up about it. Sentry Omega. Looks like that's one of the most recent new things that we've popped up. Sentry Omega. Alright, Sentry Omega. Hawk. Alright, so we have Chloropon. Chloropon is a relatively small hydrogen-helium gas giant with a haze of methane in the upper atmosphere. Jar 4. Putting things in. Jar 4 putting things in is a close-orbiting hot Jupiter hydrogen-helium gas giant with clouds of airborne silicate and deeper layers of sodium. In composition, it is extraordinarily similar to 51 Pegasus' planet Bellerophon, one of the first extrasolar planets discovered by humanity in the late 20th century. Despite its great size, Jar 4 is actually rather low mass. The incredible heat of the star Hawk has caused its atmosphere to expand. In fact, Jar 4 is so low mass it is tidally locked to Hawk. The temperature difference between the sunward hot pole and the dark side cold pole creates constant hurricane force winds. Namata. Namata what you do. Namata is a terrestrial planet with a thick hazy atmosphere of ammonia, methane and a cocktail of other hydrocarbon gases. The surface is scorching hot and mainly composed of nickel with deposits of iron. With a density 1.4 times that of Earth, it is obvious that Namata is rich with heavier elements. Mining could be extremely profitable, though the lethal heat and high gravity would make initial development costly. Given the political instability of the nearby terminus systems, investment is unlikely. Alright, so Virmire is a landing possible planet. Virmire is a lush frontier world, ideal for colonization by carbon-based species. Its vast seas and orbital position on the inner life zone have created a whole equatorial band of humid, tropical terrain. Unfortunately, the political instability of the nearby terminus systems has impeded colonization efforts. The high risk of raids by pirates and slavers makes it an unappealing homestead. Presqu'île. Presqu'île is a terrestrial world so small it cannot retain even a trace atmosphere. The surface is frozen and composed of magnesium silicates with carbonaceous deposits. In the recent past, a pirate band from the terminus systems carved a message into the surface using ship-based laser weapons. In 100-meter wide Batarian syllabic, the message proclaims the military prowess and virility of one Captain Zeisch. A similar postscript alludes to the questionable parentage of all humans. Alright, so that's all that's in that area. Alright, let's have a look at the journal. So the main mission, Virmire. Alright, so that's the main mission kind of thing. Alright, so assignments. Exogeny. That's something that we need to do. Planet Nodocrox, okay. So that's in the Maroon Sea cluster. Okay, while I think about it, I want to double check how my progress is going in this aspect. So if I go up to my document where I talk about, or where I keep note of what I've collected. Alright, so nothing's changed there. Nothing's changed there. Stuff has changed here though. Alright, last time I only had 13 light metals, now I have 14 of them. Last time I only had 13 heavy metals, now there's 16 of them out of 20. Rare earths is still the same, 18 out of 20. Alright, so I think what I'll do, because Nodocrux is a side mission related thing, I'll do that next. Harbinger, you don't know why Virmire is already unlocked, but you should go to Nevaria first, not going to spoil anything. Yeah, Harbinger, I do have all the missions in a certain order, and so I was going to go to Nevaria next anyway, once I've done all I want to do with the side stuff. Alright, before I actually go to Nodocrox though, let's go to Matano and then land on Chaska. Prothean data disk recovered. There are several small Prothean artifacts in the crate, including an intact Prothean data disk. It appears to be in excellent condition. Harbinger, okay, so after 2 weeks and having visited several planets, don't you love Mako's controls and physics? Yeah, it's so interesting when you have places you want to go to, but there's like zigzag rocks and things to try and traverse and all that fun stuff. Plus the actual controls and how you have to keep an eye on where the nose of the vehicle is in relation to where you're moving the camera, in relation to where you want to get to, in relation to all so many different configurations and geographical positioning, locations and all that, so on and so forth, and all the rigmarole and yeah, everything. Hey there, Digital. God bless you, Mako, you big dumpy Buick that steers like bouncing rock with guns. That's a good way to describe it, actually. It's very fitting for it. I won't consider this a spoiler, but in Mass Effect 2, do they at least allow you to upgrade the Mako? Or Mako? Oh, that's right, I forgot about that message. There we go, got it now. Ah, so there is no Mako Harbinger. I see. Fully got different ones in Mass Effect 2. I see. Yeah. There is no Mako. There is no Mako. Mako. Whatever. Potato. Tomato. Spoiler, OG Mako was bouncier. They tweaked it for the Legendary Edition. Ah, I see. So they did some shenanigans fixing it up for this remaster. I gotcha. It's like, that's not good. Light metal surveyed. Large deposit of beryllium.
Looks deserted.
I've got a bad feeling about this. How horrible. The entire colony must have been transformed.
A colonial pioneer team rarely consists of more than a few dozen specialists. It's clear that none of them have survived. The Cerberus group has a lot to answer for here. Okay, Colony of the Dead. UNC, Colony of the Dead. Hey there, Crooked. Good day to you as well, Senny. Senny Renegade. That is me for this playthrough. It's going pretty good. Made some more main story progress. Now doing some more side stuff. You get Renegade points for doing certain things that are on that path, and Paragon is the opposite, and you get points for doing that. I wanted to do a whole playthrough where I didn't even get any Paragon points. Getting those doesn't take away any Renegade points you might have gotten, but I wanted to get through the game and not even have any Paragon points at the end. However, in one of the main missions, there's actually apparently a bug that if you kill all the colonists, you get the bug. So I thought, I'll kill the majority of them and leave 4 left. And then surely that would count, you know, towards the Renegade side of things. But then, after a certain cutscene happened, I made a manual save, not realizing that the next step was to go down some stairs and then get a cutscene, and then after the cutscene, you get given your points. So having 4 people that already survived, I had saved, the autosave was after I went down the stairs and got the cutscene, but my manual save was after I'd saved those 4 colonists and got to a point of no return. So when I went down the stairs, I got Paragon points for the fact that there were some survivors that were left, and I was like, damn it. But that was a one-off thing. I'm going to make sure that doesn't happen again. Cheers, Crooked. Thank you, dude. That's fair. Maybe it's even more renegade, leaving a few to tell the tale to become even more notorious. Well, that's the thing too. You know, sometimes you look at the choices even that are for the Renegade, because usually in dialogue it's the bottom choice on either side. Sometimes you'll have on the bottom left some Renegade options, but only if you have enough points. And the point system is you don't use your Renegade points when you actually choose those options. It just means if you want to get a certain Renegade or Paragon choice, you need to make sure that you have at least that level and that amount of Paragon or Renegade points and that. But sometimes you think, I'll choose this option and it sounds very Renegade-y, but then the character will be very sympathetic and you're like, that's not a Renegade thing. And then sometimes you'll choose an option that kind of looks middle of the road, but it's really Paragon. You're like, what? I wasn't expecting that. But yeah, the playthrough overall is going really, really good. I think it'll probably be another week and maybe 2 weeks worth of streams before I get the whole game done, I think. But we'll see how we're going.
I owe you one.
Alright, so that's all the icons on the map actually explored. Time to return to the ship. Hey there, Rosie. Maybe Rex is down for a picnic. Or as long as there's a contract to kill someone, I'm sure he wouldn't mind if he had to actually have a picnic first before he got the opportunity to do it. How's things going, Rosie? Horn Pub, so they increased looting in those remote planets. That's good, because it was pretty boring and not rewarding hanging around and exploring nothing. Oh, really, Horn Pub? That was in the original version. Yeah, that's good that they did. It's good that they did a change. And you still don't understand the new decoding. Oh, so it's new as well with the Legendary Edition. Yeah, once I got used to it, it was fine. But at the start, it was kind of like, what the hell do I do? Because there was some that I failed, and I was like, oh, great. And I couldn't try again, so I was like, oh, fuck. Alright, so journal. Side missions. Cool, I found another Prothean artifact. Which means I now have 6 out of 7. Last time I only had 5. Okay, League Medallions still have the same amount. Prothean artifact of 6 to 7. Asari writings. Hang on, that's not actually there anymore. So I must have got it. No, that's weird. Oh, no, hang on. Yeah, I got that. So where the hell... Assignments. Locate signs of battle. Prothean data discs. Valuable minerals. Asari writings. Why isn't it in my list of ones that I've done? Oh, here we go. No wonder why. For some reason it changes it to being called collection complete. Alright, so now I've done that. So I've completed the UNC Asari writings mission. So UNC collection complete. Asari writings. Now that makes more sense. Alright, let's have a look at valuable minerals. Alright, so last time I checked I had 14 of 20 light metals, now I have 15 of 20. Heavy metals, 16 out of 20. Rare earths, 18 out of 20. Alright, so that's all sorted already. On pub, yeah, old one was like rotating maze circles and you just have to get a small ball to the center for a limited time. Oh, okay. That would have been interesting actually, to do it like that. I wonder why they changed it. Like, I mean, I could understand why people would find it frustrating if that's why, but it's interesting that they came up with this. Does, like with Mass Effect 2 and 3, with decoding stuff, was it something that they have they changed it to reflect how it was changed in Mass Effect 2 or 3? Okay, so that was Chaska that we were on. And that was in the Maroon Sea, Matano. So I can put that in the list of places that I've landed on. And read and everything. Landed. Alright, so before I do that though, let's have a look at squad. We got points for Shepard, so when we go down on a planet next, I'll add those. Hornpub, probably because at some point the time is so little you have no time to react and you have no second chance for that item or lock or whatever. Yeah, Well, that's true too. Like, if that's going to be the case, it's good to change it up. But then, you know, you run the risk of making things really confusing with the new thing that you've added to replace it. Alright, so the Crossfire 8. The pulse rifle has heaps of damage per second, but I'd rather upgrade to something that is giving me additional things in all categories, not just one. Especially one that also reduces things in another. So Crossfire 8 it is. Swap to that. Alright, cool. This Stiletto 7 pistol is better than the Edge 6 that I've gotten. So I'll equip that. Ah, no, this Stiletto 8 is even better than what I've currently got in the pistols. So we'll equip that instead. On pub, and it was kind of frustrating not getting something because of a small mistake or lag of keyboard, because you use keyboard to move the ball. Ah, you move. It would have made more sense if, but then again, I guess it would have made it too easy if you had the mouse that was actually moving the ball. And if you remember correctly, this organizing of character is new also, and it's better. Oh, really? Okay. Well, that's great too. It's always good to see improvements. Sometimes they change things that you think to yourself, why? Other times you're like, about time they changed it. Or you think, why didn't they think about that back then? But then I guess too, the other thing is, some sort of like some games come out in a certain year, and certain things haven't yet been discovered to be better mechanics until later. And so when you look back at that older game and they're remastering it to actually change how things work to the newer, smoother kind of thing, definitely makes sense to do. So that kind of thing is always good when they do that. Yeah, so far they did improve some things, especially in Mass Effect 1. We'll see if there is anything in the next part. Yeah, and that's the other thing too, especially if you have like a series like this where you have the first game is in sort of like a much earlier time. And then you have the second one, and then the third one, you know, generally is the one that is the best in terms of like more advanced mechanics and all that kind of stuff. Alright, so that's that. Alright, let's back out and let's have a look at Vostok. So Vostok, the planet Nodocrux, was where we could land. But I'm going to go to the Caspian first and go to the MSV Cornucopia, which is a boardable ship. Alright, now we're here, let's actually apply points. Let's get Spectre training up to full. Leave 1 point on the table for Shepard. Rosie Tali has such a cool name. Yeah, it's got a nice ring to it as well. Tali. Highlightus, Tali Zora of the Normandy. So where is the Zora from? Oh yeah, Tali Zora. Sorry, I was thinking of Liara. Sorry, yeah. Tali Zora. Well, Renegade Shepard hasn't been very nice to Tali in this playthrough, so on the Normandy, all we get out of her now is basically she says, you know, come down here to keep an eye on me, make sure I'm not doing anything wrong. After this is over, I'll be out of your hair, that kind of thing.
The ship's probably crawling with them.
Lidus, I hope you're well. You're good, thank you. Oh, that's excellent, Lidus. That's great to hear. And yeah, I'm going really, really good, thanks. You love Rex. Husk got fucked. You mean Husk got wrecked? Yeah, Rex is a great character. So far in this playthrough, I've just kept the same 2 people as part of the squad. But I do have all potentially usable characters in your squad, actually on the Normandy. Yeah, that was a bit harsh, Rosie. But that's the Renegade way. You gotta be harsh. Can't be empathetic. Can't be caring. Can't be gentle. It was funny earlier, I was having a conversation with Liara, and when she brought up about thinking that there was a mutual attraction between her and Shepard, I basically told her that, you know, no, right? So anyway, we go to speak to Kaiden, and there's an option in the Renegade path for Shepard to say, you know, keep your interests, you know, whatever. And then I was like, okay, I'll choose that. And then Shepard's like, essentially, keep your hands off her, she's mine or something. I'm like, what? That's not the impression I got from the dialogue option. So I basically reloaded my save and then chose the other option, which is actually the Paragon option, which doesn't make sense in that context. Malfunctioning object. Whereas you think whenever Asari feel attraction, they assume it's mutual. Oh, I see. Yeah. Horn Pub. Well, you are on the dickhead path, so that's exactly right, Horn Pub. That's true. Well, they're going for a Kaiden romance. Don't see many of those. No, I was just saying that there was a a Renegade option in dialogue with him that seemed like it wouldn't say anything like that. But when it did say something like that, I was like, nah. My Renegade Shepard has no time for pointless and meaningless things like that. She just wants to get the killing done. No time for love, all the time for killing.
According to the log files, the ship was out near the Perseus Veil. Looks like they found some kind of alien artifact. They brought it on board, and then... This is really weird, Shepard. They plotted a course straight into the Perseus Veil, like they wanted the Geth to find them.
What else do the logs say?
The entries don't make a lot of sense after that. It's like the captain's mind was falling apart. I don't see anything about how they got back into human territory.
The Geth turned them into husks and left the ship where someone would find it, trying to show us what happens to organics dumb enough to enter the Veil.
According to the log, they brought it on board, and then... This is really...
What else to the log?
The entries
The
don't...
Geth turned them into husks and left the ship where someone would find it.
Fuller, so you're dodging any romance like in Witcher 3? Well, in Witcher 3 I didn't actually dodge any romance options because, as I said, I wanted to get the I wanted to get the side quest where Geralt thinks he's going to get lucky with Triss and Yennefer, but they tie him to the bed and leave him there. So by the very nature of getting that, I had to romance both of them. But ultimately though, like romancing in games, it's a bit like, you know, if you want to see romancing in games, that's fine, but, you know, I just don't see the, this attraction to seeing video game characters make love and kiss and all that, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I could kind of understand it if you're watching a movie and you like romance and stuff, but I don't really see the point in getting excited about video game characters. Hornpub, but you're right, there is no logic in the reaction or that saying that they add. Yeah, exactly, Hornpub, you know. But I could understand if speaking to Liara first before speaking to him, and then telling Liara that you have feelings for her as well, and then speaking to Kaiden, I could understand if saying the bottom option to him would have that reaction from her, but yeah, I actually spoke to Liara first and then rejected. Fuller, you would have thought a renegade ship would have been screwed them all, literally. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could play it that way if you wanted to. Like, you could incorporate the fact that Shepard doesn't care who they sleep with, if you want to. But as I said, that's not really something that I personally play video games for. Like, yeah, I'll do it if there's, like, something in the story, or if there's an incentive, like there was with Witcher 3, where it's like, hey, I can actually get it. And then in Witcher 3, it's like, now that I know who I would rather see Geralt actually with, then basically I'm like, well, that's the choice that I'll make in the next playthrough. Hornpub, the love scenes are very poor, are they, Hornpub? I see. Yeah. Fuller, if video game sex gets you overexcited, no problem, we understand. So me saying that it doesn't, to your mind, translates as me saying that it does overexcite me. I don't get that logic. Alright, so that's the cornucopia. So I can put that in the list of stuff that I've done. Alright, so now that we've done that, the side mission that's on a different planet can be done. Alright, that's the Notocrux one. Alright, that's... there we go. I mistakenly put that I had boarded that cornucopia in the list of planets that you can actually visit, instead of having it in the list of planets that I've already visited and done that with. Alright, so... now we have this one with Notocrux. Turian insignia recovered. This escape pod is half buried in material that is washed down from the mountains. Though it has obviously been here for centuries, the computer still has power. Linking in with your hard suit, you recover a batch of files containing data on the Thracia colony. Hornpub, when you played this game for a long playthrough, this music from the space map got so stuck in your mind that every time you weren't thinking of something or was just chilling, you were hearing it constantly. Yeah. Well, that's the thing too. Sometimes you just get that music that gets ingrained in your sort of like thing, you know. Fully, you see sex as a normal and healthy part of life, and like games that include it, games are your fantasies to have fun. Yeah, I guess the thing is for me, like I don't get attracted to video game characters. So for me, my goal in playing a game is not to see the characters have sex, you know. Because that doesn't interest me to see video game characters doing that. That's more my sort of point of view with games like this that have, you know, romance options in it. So if people want to choose that in their playthroughs, that's obviously fine. I got no issue with that. But yeah, I just don't feel the need to, you know, actively seek out, you know, a lot of stuff like that in video games. You know, if it happens as part of the story and all that type of stuff, then that's fair enough. But, you know, and if it's optional, sometimes, you know, like some playthroughs with some games I've done that, but not all. But it's not from that perspective, it's just from the perspective of, hey, need to do this to get the certain outcome for the story, or for the side mission, or for the, you know, like with Witcher 3, to get that sort of outcome. But in future playthroughs, it'll just be, you know, because I feel that Geralt, as a character, deserves, you know, better than, you know, one person over the other, for example. Hornpub, Cyberpunk is on your list, but you just don't have SSD space. It's on the minimum at the moment, is it? Oh, that's fair enough, Hornpub, yeah. Alright, so that's that part done. Oh, is it Horn Pub? Yeah. Light metal surveyed. You have successfully surveyed a large deposit of cobalt. Mariana, thank you so much for contributing the 250 points to the community challenge. Thank you for that, I appreciate it. That's something that I just kicked off very recently, so thank you so much for that. Fully didn't mean to emphasize the sex. The emotional journey is an important part of it for you. You remember the sexual tension between Shep and Liara from your first playthrough, and you felt it added a dimension to the game that no other games at that time had. It was so sweet. Horn Pub, the emotional attachment is normal in a group of people who deal with life-threatening situations, so they're correctly implemented in the games. For example, if you read letters from soldiers in World War I or II, you can see how they call each other brothers, and after the war they continue to have special relationships. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's definitely nostalgic elements to games that you played that are now, much older now. And that's true, Horn Pub, yeah, with that kind of stuff. Code, well, a mother a phone call from the hospital, 1 hour time to get ready, and her asked to the central hospital, possibly getting both of her eyes operated on. Really? Well, I hope it goes well, and that there won't be, any too much pain or anything like that. Code, she's been waiting for that call well over a year. Her eyesight is at that level that you would see better with the rear end. Yeah, well that's the thing. When you have to wait for something like that, you just hope that things don't get worse than what they currently are. There isn't Fallen, no. I was wondering what was making that noise. On Pub Evil Plan. It's the Renegade playthrough. Well, it's like people are constantly bunny hop through games. Code or spend X points to have controls reversed randomly. Nah, I've seen that with other streamers who have that, and yeah, I don't know, it just seems... It seems annoying for me. You know, even if I put it at a high points cost. It's just like, no, I couldn't be bothered doing something like that.
Rescuers? Oh, thank God. See? I told you somebody would come to investigate that signal. My name is Dr. Ross, Chief Exogeny Researcher at this facility. We've been trapped in this room for days. We're almost out of food and water. You got here just in time.
Not so fast. First, you're gonna tell me why this place is overrun with Thorian creepers.
How do you know about the Thorian?
I know what Exogeny was up to. I saw what they let the Thorian do to those colonists, so I destroyed it.
Our secret's out then. No point in my lying. You already know the worst. The creepers here were created using altered samples from the specimens on Pharos. We discovered a way to turn them into docile, obedient servants. Everything was going fine until a few days ago. Then all the creepers suddenly went berserk. Only a handful of us made it back into the safety of this room.
Why didn't you send a clear message asking for help? All we had was that signal from the emergency beacon.
This is a closed communications base. Exogeny was worried about someone on the project selling secrets to a rival firm or reporting our work to the authorities. We have no direct communication with the outside, only the emergency beacon. It sends a general distress signal to the Exogeny site on Pharos. They're supposed to send a team to respond inside of 24 hours, but it sounds like they had problems of their own.
Any chance some of the other people at the base might still be alive?
I doubt it. Too many creepers out there. They never stood a chance. We're the only ones left.
Any idea why they turned on you?
Maybe there was still some kind of link between the creepers and the Thorian back on Pharos. The Thorian was unlike any other life form we've ever studied. I can't explain how, but maybe when it died, it somehow set off the creepers here.
I've heard all I need to.
Look, I know what we did here was wrong. I'll admit that. But it's over now. There's no sense reporting this to the authorities, right?
Wrong.
Too many people died here. Their blood is on your hands.
Be reasonable. I didn't mean for this to happen. Besides, how does it help anyone if I end up in jail? Normally Exogeny would have my back, but it sounds like they're going to have their hands full cleaning up the mess on Pharos. But I've got money. A nice little emergency fund I set up. It's yours if you let us go.
This isn't about money. It's about justice. Blood for blood.
That's not going to happen. Open fire. Open fire!
Exogeny's second-rate mercs proved no match for a trained Alliance Marine, and a Renegade one at that. With the last of the science crew dead, there's no reason to linger here. On pub? Nah, the no makeup boost for 5 minutes. Hey there, Chronically. Welcome to you. Being reasonable, let me slip away. Nah, you're terrible at remembering grenades in this. Yeah, I sort of haven't been using them much in the whole playthrough so far. But I've only just this stream started to use them a lot. But yeah, it's so funny how they're like, be reasonable. Renegade Shepherd's like, what is that word, reasonable? I don't understand what it means. Reaching the G key is a pain. Yeah, it amazes me too, like, with the complexity that games have now, when it comes to keyboard controls. I can only imagine the finger gymnastics you have to do on the keyboard to try and get certain outcomes in the game that you're playing. Alright, so that leads to there. That leads to there, so we need to go back this way. Come on, Renegade Shepherd, you shouldn't be fatigued. All that renegade energy should make you run for a long time. Okay, so that deals with that side quest. I'm pretty sure it's complete, or maybe we have to actually go to the thing, the Normandy, before it actually is counted. Or not. It's already finished. Alright, assignments. So that was the UNC Derelict Freighter. Some more points. Alright, fitness and assault training. Leave 1 point for Shepard. Alright, secondary stuff, any codex stuff? Nope. What about primary? Planets and locations. I'll play this.
Pharos is a Pharaoh.
Actually, no, I won't until we actually are about to go to the planet of Virmire, which won't be in this stream. Alright, so that's this area, at least the icons looked at. Return to the Normandy. Alright. Let's save. Alrighty then, this is actually where I'm going to end my stream of Mass Effect today. The next stream of this will be when it's Tuesday for me. So if you see me streaming this game again, then you know it's become Tuesday. And tomorrow what I'm going to do is do my usual 2 separate streams on a Tuesday. But that will both be Mass Effect as well. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. I really appreciate it. We're going to go and raid Crocodiles, who's playing through Assassin's Creed 1. He's doing his annual series playthroughs at the moment. Before I go though, just want to give some shout outs. So I highly recommend people check out Dr. Ronnie, Lidus and Mr. Gotai. Dr. Ronnie is doing Fall Guys. He was actually raising money for the fight against MS. Raised over $1,000 for that, so that was excellent. He's also a scientist in real life, and one of the things he's working on as part of the field of regenerative medicine is a cure for MS, but also cures for things like Parkinson's as well. He's playing through Marvel Spider-Man Remastered, doing some of the side content and the DLC, and he's also doing Assassin's Creed Chronicles China as well. Lidus is playing a lot of retro stuff. He's a really big fan of Mortal Kombat, as well as other fighting game franchises like Tekken, Street Fighter, also Streets of Rage as well. He's also a big fan of the Resident Evil series also, so you find a lot of cool retro stuff and a lot of funny moments happening on his channel as well. And highly recommend Mr. Gotai as well, playing some Need for Speed Heat. He's also a fan of Assassin's Creed as well as the Ghost Recon games, so he'll play through those from time to time as well. And is also a fan of games like Outlast, Outlast 2, The Quarry, so a lot of horror stuff as well. So I highly recommend checking out those channels if you haven't before. We're going to go and raid Crocodile, see how he's doing with Assassin's Creed 1. I'm just going to post in a raid message that people can feel free to use. So there's this one here. There's also one that you can use that actually has some of my free follower emotes in it as well. One for Assassin's Creed. So that's another one that can be used as well. And also any one that you might have, any different combination and different emotes that you have that you might want to use. I'm going to use the AC one because he's playing through Assassin's Creed, plus with some extra ones on top. Alrighty then. Thanks everyone for watching. Until next time.